50 million views. You're listening to The Joe Cronin Show.
The Joe Cronin Show.
The Joe Cronin Show.
I hope you hang your mother. This country sucks! This place sucks! CNN masturbated all fucking day. Dude, I will eat your fucking asshole out and then spit it into your mouth, baby bird style. Who wants to go? Call the show. I'll fuck your ass! I wanna kill myself! If I think it sucks, I tell you!
The Joe Cronin Show.
I don't know why, but I've been thinking about Griff from Back to the Future. McFly! Gramps! That's what he sounds like, you know? We're all here for the fun tonight. It's Tuesday Night Rage. Starting a little bit chaotic. It's okay. Well, McFly, since when did you become the physical type? Something about Griff and Mad Dog Tannen's voice always cracks me up. Oh, we're doing that thing tonight where the audio's too low. I see we're doing that. Okay. We'll figure it out. We'll get it going. How's everybody in the chat doing, guys? Hit that like button, stick the thumb all the way up my sphincter if you can. And just give me a minute. We'll have this rolling, man, but we got to get 69 likes. We got to get sick because I'm ready to rage tonight. Okay? But we got to get 69 likes. It's got to happen. Dude, I will eat your it's got to happen. And then spit it into your mouth, baby bird style. Bought this boom arm and it's already broken. I just bought it. Fucking retarded, bro. Yo.
Joe Cronin Show.
What's up, Chad? Man, are you ready for the big one? Hit the like button, please. We're almost there. We'll get going in a second. Just going to get everybody in here, you know. There we go. There we go, guys. We got the sound fixed. There we go. Just took 10 minutes, but we got it. We got it figured out, baby. It's brand new to this stuff, you know? All right, so SmackDown crushed it, bro. SmackDown crushed it the other night. If you guys are in the chat, man, you gotta hit that like button. We gotta have likes. We gotta have them, man. Like, gotta have them. If you want to be on the Discord, you can jump on the Discord tonight, man. We are fully loaded to be here with you tonight on a late. Well, it's not late. We're actually kind of early, but you know we go late night on the Rage. You know, so if you guys want to be here tonight and express yourselves, who knows what's gonna happen? I don't have to work tomorrow. So you don't know what Daddy's going to do tonight. You know what I mean? I might do something nuts. I might go to bed early. I don't know. We might stay up all night. I might go to bed early. You don't know what I'm going to do tonight. I might call people out. I might take phone calls. I might open up the Discord. I might flip out. You don't know what's going to happen tonight. But that's the best part about Rage is you don't know if it's going to be 45 minutes long or you don't know if it's going to be 5 hours long or if it's going to go all night. You don't know what's going to happen on Rage. On Tuesday nights. You don't know. And that's the best way to have it, I think. Val Venus has called Cody Rhodes a Satan worshiper, if you guys have missed this. So Cody Rhodes called a Satan worshiper by Brent sent me this on Twitter. Saw this earlier. Val Venus has very far right opinions now. Which is fine. I have a lot of friends like that, and I'm a little bit all over the political spectrum myself. But, you know, I mean, a Satan worshiper, though. Val Venus going straight up, calling Cody Rhodes a Satan worshiper. Do you guys think Cody Rhodes is a Satan worshiper? In fact, who's the biggest Satan worshiper? Because, I mean, don't people think The Rock is a Satan worshiper, too? And, I mean, he's into all the Hollywood stuff. So I know exactly what we're going to do, bro. I know exactly what we're going to do tonight. Please stop that music. That's great. We are going to have a poll tonight, and we're going to find out who is the biggest Satan worshiper in WWE. Forget the title of this show tonight. Who is the biggest Satan worshiper? Did I spell that right? Worshipper? Worshipper. 2 P's, right? Yeah, worshiper in WWE, question mark. The Rock, Elimination Chamber, 2024. Okay, so I changed the title of the show, so now it reflects the Satan worshiping thing. And I think that this could be a big thing for us. Let's get the poll going. Let's put a poll up and find out what you guys think in the poll. Biggest Satan worshiper. Who is the biggest Satan worshiper in WWE? We're going to go with Cody Rhodes because that's who Val Venus says Cody Rhodes is the huge Satan worshiper. Then we're going to go with The Rock. Right? And then we'll go with Vince McMahon. I mean, he's not in WWE anymore, though. Vince is not in WWE anymore, so we'll go with Triple H because he's like got a lot of control and power. Who's after that? CM Punk, maybe? I mean, CM Punk is a pretty big type of guy like that. So there's the poll for now. Let's see who wins this poll. Who is the biggest Satan worshiper in WWE? This is one of the most... this is one of the most sought-after polls and questions of all time as far as WWE goes. It's absolutely a must-have answer, a question that we need this. We can't go on with WrestleMania season until we find out who the biggest Satan worshiper in WWE is. You know it. I know it. Everybody knows it. And that's why we're going to find that out tonight. As soon as I make sure my levels are right because I had to refix my audio. Guys, hit that like button. Please do me a favor and do that. We got to get to 69 likes early on, if not 100. But I'll take 69 because I'm that type of guy. All right? We're really close, by the way. We're really close. All right, here. Okay, I can hear myself. I got good audio now. Okay. We're good to go. We're good to go. Beautiful. I see you in the chat. Tonight, we are going to play a little bit of a game called Beat the Clock on Rage tonight, where if you beat the clock, the show stays on the air. I haven't done Beat the Clock in a long time. It's been a while. I think we're going to do something like that tonight just for fun, just to see how long the show can go on for. It's been a while since we've done Beat the Clock, and I think it'd be fun to do it. So we'll go ahead and do it. Somebody asked for it earlier. We'll do Beat the Clock. I got to get my times ready and my things ready and blah, all that stuff and get it going. So we'll get that up for you guys. I've got clips. I've got a clip. Somebody wanted this clip the other day, and I found it. Here it is.
Fuck yeah, I got everyone's addresses, man. I got everyone's fucking addresses, man.
There it is. Somebody wanted to know where that was. I found it.
Fuck yeah, I got everyone's addresses, man. I got everyone's fucking addresses, man. Fuck yeah, I got everyone's addresses, man. I got everyone's fucking addresses, man.
Probably one of the funnier clips of a guy in a bathtub with a beer bottle in his hand, breaking it, and then taking a bath in glass. Nothing better than that. So nothing better than taking a glass tubby in the glass bathtub. Nothing wrong with that. We got a lot of members in the chat. Tonight we're going to have a big member celebration. So if you're in the chat and you're a member, shout it out, baby. And if you're not a member yet, become one tonight, and I will shout you out all night long. Plus, we're going to talk about some of the guys who are now producers of the show. We're going to talk about Perth, Elimination Chamber, SmackDown ratings, where we think The Rock is going. We beat a dead horse with that, I feel like, but we're going to go into a little bit. Joe Bishop, thanks for being here, man. Allied Darkness. We have so many members. D. Welsh, Chief Wahoo. Oh, Bruce Pritchard. I should have put him on the list. Well, we can redo the list and add more. We'll send someone into round 2 against Bruce Pritchard for who's the biggest Satan worshiper in WWE. Allied Darkness, thank you, bro. What's up, Miles? I see you dropping the JCS logo in the chat. Miles, you dirty bastard. I love you. Louis Urdaneta, thank you to everybody who signed up on Patreon, patreon.com/Joe Cronin Show. We're getting all the house, cleaning shit out of the way right now. If you can't tell, I'm babbling on with all this stuff. So thank you guys for that. We'll get into everything, though. We'll get into everything. And CM Punk cut a promo after the show. We talked about that the other night, though. We talked about Rhea Ripley and Nia Jax, this promo. I told you what I thought of this. That was the other night. I don't want to really rehash that stuff too much because I feel like we kind of beat that, to the ground. But, I'll talk a little bit about it. And I'll talk about whatever you guys want to talk about, to be honest, tonight. Whatever you guys say, whatever you want to talk about, it's on the table, man, no matter what it is. So we'll let you guys dictate that. I'm sure we're going to have some guests on the show at some point coming down the road. A little bit later, we'll be on maybe Discord or something like that. A lot of people here. In the meantime, Super Chat down below should be available to you, if not membership. And if you want to donate using PayPal, the better way, Streamlabs is pinned to the top of the chat. Up top there, Streamlabs donor link. Use that if you want. The donation amounts are listed down below. Remember, we got some new ones. The $25 brand new one, new $22 one, and so many more down below. You know what they all are and blah, blah, blah. Anyway, all done with all the plugs and everything and blah that I had to get through. Seth Rollins is still injured. As we know, he's still rehabbing. It's still up in the air whether he could really physically compete or not. He's testing the waters as he rehabs, hoping to be ready in time to do something at Mania. But in case he's not able to physically actually wrestle at WrestleMania, they've got like a million side things going on for Seth and Cody and everybody to try to involve these guys in some kind of way. Elimination Chambers here. There would have been so many different other things going on probably at Elimination Chamber, had Seth Rollins not been injured, of course, had CM Punk not been injured. I mean, there's so many. I mean, you talk about Roadblock, WWE Roadblock. This is Roadblock to WrestleMania should be like a trend at this point. Roadblock to WrestleMania should be something like a mantra or something like that, because that's what it's been for a lot of people, man. It's been a complete roadblock to WrestleMania, no doubt about it, and it's not gone the way that we all thought it was going to go. By the way, Vanilla Ice owns Eddie Guerrero's lowrider in his collection for $15,000. Vanilla Ice bought Eddie Guerrero's lowrider. I mean, you got to think Dom wants that back at some point, right? Or maybe Dom can get, Vanilla Ice to, hey, man, can I get that back at some point, please, brother? Something like that. I could see that Dom would want that. I mean, but are you really going to, lug the lowrider around with you throughout WWE tours all over the place and just constantly lug this car around? Because someone said the other day, well, why not? Why doesn't he come out to it every single week or something? That'd be cool. But it's like, why would you do that? Because the guy comes out, he gets booed like crazy. If he comes out in a car, it's kind of wreck some of that. But also just the logistics of driving it everywhere. I just feel like they're not going to do that. But, could he drive it out at like WrestleMania or once in a while? Sure. Right? Why not? Of course he could do that. That's not a big deal. I just don't think the logistics of him, bringing it out every single time is, I don't think that would make sense to bring it out every time. But, maybe. What the hell is I just checked on my camera to see what the kids are doing. What is my kid's watching I don't know what the hell he's watching. It's weird, whatever he's watching. I don't know, man. It looks very bizarre. But yeah. Yeah, no, the car was $15,000. People can't believe, just how cheap it was. But yeah, dude, it's $15,000. People were thinking like $30,000, $50,000 or more or whatever. But I mean, some hair on this microphone. Fucking goddamn, I'll be stuck in me ingesting hair all night. Yeah, it's not as much as as maybe you would think, I guess. Not worth as much as you would think. And then we got this guy, Paul Roma. You may remember him. He's calling out Cody Rhodes as well. So or not Cody Rhodes, but Vince McMahon. There's some very interesting stuff there. So we're going to kind of get into that too. Put that up there too. But there's just quite a few things. Paul Roma, we're going to talk about that. I think there's audio of it because and he doesn't really, this reminds me a little bit of Corey Feldman. Where Corey Feldman was like, oh, there's all these allegations on all these people, and then he doesn't really say what it is. Oh man, I hate that my microphone vibrates now because my other thing broke. The other microphone thing broke. Now this one vibrates. I gotta fix this issue. But let me check out the donos real quickly and see if anybody's dropping donos. Let's see what people are saying before. There's a million things to get into, and I haven't decided which thing I want to talk about first. That's why I'm just kind of throwing everything out there at the wall right now, because I don't know which one yet I want to fully commit to first here. But I do know I want to make sure everybody gets the alert and that everybody's here watching the show on a Tuesday night. All right, let's go to the donos and see what the people are saying. What are the people saying? The people's champ.
Super Chat Party.
Botch Club.
Hi, Joe Cronin Nation. Let's talk about Botch Club.
Let's talk about Botch Club. All right, what do you want to talk about? Botch Club. Cody Rhodes style, man. Why not? I get it. Let's talk about how Botch Club is. What do you get? 50-something thousand followers? By the way, appreciate the fact that everybody. By the way, The Rock is winning this poll. I appreciate the fact that everybody went over there and gave Botch Club some love the other day too, because they do have some absolute fire content over on Botch Club. Like, it is, like, you talk about Vince McMahon, that's good shit. There's a lot of good shit over on Botch Club. And I don't know where my hat is. It's pissing me off, man. My hat, my lucky hat, my PUBG hat. I'm looking around for it everywhere. I can't fucking find it. It's somewhere, and nobody can find it. And I'm like, how can this be missing? When my hat goes missing, I get pissed. Oh, shit.
You all have decided to take your hard-earned money and fund my show, to fund what I do.
Oh, my God.
To fund what I believe in.
It's the new producer of the show.
My godly ass. JCS
It's Huge
Army.
Boner 69.
Donate to me.
It's the new producer.
Acknowledge me.
It's Andrew. Huge Boner 69. Gurgle, gurgle.
He could be walking out of WrestleMania still undefeated.
Let's get this party started.
Oh, shit. Oh, my God, bro. Let's get this party started. It's just starting. Oh, my God, bro. It's just starting. The party is just starting, brother. How about that? Play that shit, bro. My God, bro. Let's get this party started. Let's do it. Yeah, come on.
And then there's times when, you know, like people start talking like, no, he's done. I think he's good. He may have some say as far as table side talk, you know, with Triple H, with Hunter and his daughter. So that may be. Is he out of it? I think maybe now this time, I think maybe he is. Look, Hunter can run the company. Him and Stephanie. Yeah. I mean, you know, Hunter knows what he's doing. I don't know who was writing the angles for NXT. Maybe it was him and Sean. Or you can't look at every angle. You know, I could sit back as a wrestler and go, they should have done this. Well, yeah, sure, in hindsight, right?
Yeah.
But again, I think there's whatever formula he's using is working. And
I guess that's the Cheap Heat podcast, but I didn't hear, you know, Paul Roma there really talk about, you know, about Vince McMahon, but someone just sent me another clip and said, that's not the right clip, Joe. This is the clip. Okay, let's play this clip. Apparently this is the clip with Paul Roma that we're looking for, because he says there's major, massive other things. Basically, that's what other people are saying, that there's these massive other things coming that we don't even understand. Like, there's so much more coming on Vince, which is, I mean, this is already sad. what we're dealing with from Vince right now is already sad and crappy and really hurting like a hero to the wrestling community, and to think that there could be things that, I mean, if it gets much worse, it's like it's in territory of like, man, how could we ever praise this guy again or anything? And what are you watching? What is my son watching? It's the weirdest thing. Looks PG though, so at least that's good. So let's play this clip. Apparently this is the right clip.
84 to 91, you're with WWE. Did you ever hear about some of this kind of awful behavior, any of these allegations? Does any of this sort of sound like the Vince McMahon that you knew?
Yes. It was pretty regular. You heard it on a regular basis for the most part. Then you wouldn't hear it for a while, and then it would come full circle. But it wasn't, so much Vince as it was the people that he had surrounding him.
Right.
You're talking about a industry where you have young, good-looking, well-built men in the ring, half naked, three-quarters naked, actually. Excuse me. So, yeah, it left the door open, and he had a lot of people around them, vice presidents and bookers that were very much into that. And they put you in a really, really bad situation, especially once you started making some money. You kind of get comfortable with that. And then you find out that your job's on the line. Either do it or get fired. And I witnessed quite a few that walked away. Money wasn't worth it for them to go that route, so to speak.
What had happened to those people that you're saying? You're mentioning that you heard, Paul, quite a few that walked away. What had happened to them that made them want to walk away?
They were asked to do things, sexual things.
Salad tossing, corn gobbling, butt pumping, so many things.
With other men that they did not want to do. My former partner being one of them.
The Ultimate Warrior was right in the Warrior's confession. See, I don't think that was an edit now. That might have been all true.
And I was actually in a cab ride in Washington. We were coming back, and the gentleman next to me kept saying, it's not worth it. It's not worth the Benjamins. It's not worth the Benjamins. And I'm like, what are you talking about?
I'll take it.
He says, it's not worth it.
it.
And I said, what are you talking about? What's not worth it? And he says, just not worth it. And we got back to the hotel. The next day, we were filming it for our second TV taping, and he was gone. He jumped on a flight and went back home and never showed up again to wrestle. And
you still didn't tell us what wasn't worth it. How do you know? What wasn't worth it? Losing his family? You don't know. This doesn't hold up in a court of law, Paul Roma.
He had an unfortunate accident, hit his head, and passed away while he was asleep. He had a bleed on the brain.
Oh, my God.
Did he ever tell you what it was that he said wasn't worth it?
Not. He didn't tell me who. He just told me what. To do what they wanted him to do. Sexual favors.
They want me to suck and gargle.
And my former partner, one of my former partners, when I was part of the Young Stallions, he was propositioned. And he said he went to one of the agents and told him what had happened. And I said, why would you do that? You just ratted on both of us. So, he kind of threw us both under the bus just starting out.
So to be clear, Paul, to be clear, the person in the cab who said it's just not worth the Benjamins, that person told you that he was propositioned. He wouldn't tell you who it was, if I'm clear, but he told
Correct.
you what happened. Did he tell you that these were executives with the WWE that had propositioned him?
Well, let's leave it this way. That's all it could be. If someone's going to give you money, and it has to be that. There is nothing else. It's not going to be one of the other boys that you're wrestling with. They're not going to offer you money.
I want to sign me up.
It's even my former partner. Same thing. They offered him money, drugs, Just lay on your back. You don't have to do a thing.
Oh.
And he came running right to me when I came into TV.
Jeez.
And I said, dude, just, what are you going to do? And he said, I already spoke to Arnold. And I said, well, why would you do that? You killed our team. What do you think he's going to do? He's going to go to the people that propositioned you. And what do you think is going to happen to them? Nothing.
You had these are all allegations. We have to be very clear about this. But
Correct.
Your friend and former business partner, Mario Mancini, spoke with us the other day and said he knows of at least one incident from years ago that's even worse than some of the worst allegations in Janelle Grant's lawsuit. Do you know what that incident is, and can you tell me tonight?
I really shouldn't right now. But yes, I do know what it is. And it is worse.
Can you characterize it in any way?
Just that Mario and I are really surprised. We spoke about it, and we're surprised that no one has come forward. But on the flip side, I think that, they're of an age now that, they may be married, have kids, and they don't want to open Pandora's box. And I can't blame them. And I said that to Mario. Can you blame them? Would you really want to open this up, this can of worms? No, you wouldn't want to open it up.
So,
Paul Roma, I'm very appreciative of you being on the program. And
this is some kind of underage, maybe, thing. I mean, maybe it's not underage. It could be an 18, 19-year-old wrestler who now has a family. But it sounds to me maybe like it's some kind of underage thing. What if it's Mike Chioda? What if Mike Chioda was a ring boy and they were licking his snake? You know what I mean? Because didn't Mike Chioda say he got into things pretty early? You know who else got into? How many other people got into things really early? How many other guys waiting around the ring to try to be in the WWE as a photographer or something, and then they got in WWE and they were very young. They might have been underage when they started, and then they eventually, they worked their way up. They became a manager. They did all kinds of things. Went to WCW, came back to WWE, whatever the case may be. Yeah, I mean, dude, it could be. And think about how early on, like, guys like Chioda started. When did Chioda start? Go watch one of his documentary things where he's talking about shit and, like, getting into the WWE. Wasn't it like he was, like, 16 or something? Maybe they gangbanged Chioda. You don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, maybe they just oh my God, maybe they gobbled him. Mike Chioda. Could be. I don't know. You don't know. Who knows? If you want to stop by the show tonight, you want to be on the show, go ahead and drop in the Discord, everybody. I will be jumping over to the Discord in just a little bit, and we'll see what you guys have to say over there. I might even take calls. I might open up the phone lines on Skype. I might actually do that as well. I think I am going to do that. I'm going to go down here. We're going to have open lines as well tonight. I think I'd like to do that because a lot of people could say about The Rock, Cody Rhodes, SmackDown, Raw, the state of the WWE, Elimination Chamber, WrestleMania, these allegations with Vince. What else could be coming? 339-226-6610. You can call in at that number. It's down here below. You can see it. Shout out to the top donator, Huge Boner 69. Top dono, there he is. He's been one of the top guys all week, man. Actually, we didn't see him the other night too, man. Good to hear from him. And I want to shout out to everybody because he's also, speaking of huge, the huge one, I want to celebrate. He is a brand new permanent executive producer on the show for dropping this amount of money. When you drop over $3,000, you get that permanent producer credit down below. And so we're officially entering him in tonight as a official producer of the Joe Cronin Show. Pretty awesome stuff right there. Pretty awesome shit. Thank you to Andrew. And also, we got some other people on this list too. Seabass the Beast is approaching that number as well. He's more than halfway there. Seabass the Beast is. And D. Welsh is already on the list, obviously. Famous B Dead Career on his way as well. And Star Sale 59 is on his way as well to becoming permanent executive producers with those bombs that they dropped last week and a half ago was insane. So at some point, I have a feeling those guys may solidify those spots, and I'll get your names all down below. And then I'll get them all on the plaque going on. And then at some point, I think I'm going to release, maybe if everybody wants to do it, I'm thinking about putting all the names on a T-shirt and releasing like producers of the Joe Cronin Show on a T-shirt or something like that. I think that'd be cool. Obviously, the Patreon ones, those can change month to month depending on who's a patron. But like permanent ones, I think we can go ahead and get that going and make that work somehow. So we'll talk about that going forward. But speaking of money, let's go to some of that. Great match, Drew McIntyre and Cody Rhodes. That was a nice match the other night. Cody Rhodes needed to lose. Drew McIntyre needed to win. It was through some goofiness, you know. I didn't have a problem with it. Some people did. I thought it was just fine. But, you know, whatever. I'm fine with it. I liked it. I don't have no problem. And here comes one of the men. He's been giving memberships out like crazy. Chief Wah.
But it's okay, I am a horse. Fecal matters on the floor. It's okay, I am a horse. Fecal matters on the floor. It's okay, I am a horse. Fecal matters on the floor. It's okay. Fecal matters on the floor. It's okay, I am a horse. Fecal matters on the floor. It could be worse on the floor. My fecal matters on the floor. Fecal matters on the floor. Fecal matters on the floor. But it's okay, I am a horse.
It's okay. I'm a horse.
It's okay, I am a horse. My fecal matters on the floor. Come on out, you rapist! Come on out, you rapist!
Chief Wahoo, baby, what's up?
Now that the party is jumping with the bass kicked in, the Vegas are pumping quick to the point. No faking, I'm cooking MCs like a pound of bacon, ice baby.
Wow. Oh my God. Chief Wahoo dropping the ice baby because Vanilla Ice owns Eddie Guerrero's Lowrider, baby. Holy crap. Let's go. Let's go, bro.
Let's kick it.
Yeah. Sorry. It's all good. It's all good. We love vanilla. We are Vanilla Ice fans here, right? I mean, let's be honest. A lot of Vanilla Ice fans in the chat. We've all been there. God, when you get that Vanilla Ice going, man, like something in your loins start dancing around, jumping around. God damn, is it good. I wish we could get a nice little Ice Baby cover. Think we can get that? I can't find one. I'm looking for one. I can't find it. Nope, I can't find it. I looked. I can't find it, man. I wanted some Ice Baby. That's too bad. That's all right. Whatever. It's all right, man. We don't got no Vanilla Ice. This is Gangster's Paradise. What is this? This ain't the right thing. What the hell is this? Through the valley of the shadow of death, I take a look at my life and realize there's nothing left. I've been blasting and laughing so long that even my mama thinks that my mind is gone. Cross the man if you didn't deserve it. Treated like a punk, you know that's unheard of. You watch how you're talking and where you're walking, or you and your homie might be lying in chalk. I really hate the trip, but I gotta low. As I croak, I see myself in the pistol smoke. Fool, I'm the kind of G the little homies wanna be like. On my knees day and night, saying prayers in the street light. Been spending most our life living in gangster's paradise. We've been spending most our life living in gangster's paradise. You spend most our life living in gangster's paradise.
I was raised by the street, so I gotta be down with the hood team. Too much television watching got me chasing dreams. I'm uneducated with money on my mind.
I'm sorry, guys. I don't know what we're doing. I got carried away. I was looking for a different song, and then we got Gangster's Paradise, and I lost it. Rest in peace, Coolio, because I love him. F it.
Why are we so blind to see that the words we heard are you and me? We've been spending most our lives living in gangster's paradise. We've been spending most our lives living in gangster's paradise. Keep spending most our lives living in gangster's paradise. Keep spending most our lives living in
What are we doing, bro? Anyway, but no, the point is Vanilla Ice, bro. There should be a nice parody cover of Vanilla Ice that we can put out, that we could play whenever, and we can just play it and rock out to it. But no, they're all copyrighted. I clicked the button and found out, man, these things are all copyrighted, dude. So you can't play it. So Vanilla Ice is out the question, but Vanilla Ice does own Eddie Guerrero's Lowrider, man. What is up with that, man? ¿Qué dice? ¿Qué dice? Buenos noches. Oh, my amigos.
Come on out, you rapist!
Go ahead. Play a bunch of clips. Who cares? We got a long ways to go. Just play every clip. So then Val Venus is calling Cody Rhodes a devil worshiper. So let's find out who the real devil worshiper is by going over to the poll and finding out who is the biggest Satan worshiper in WWE according to the poll, which is most of you guys in the chat at this point tonight. So let's check it out. Who's the biggest Satan worshiper in WWE? We got The Rock is leading, which I'm not surprised about because, I mean, he's in Hollywood. Do you know what I'm saying? It's beautiful. So The Rock with 60% of the vote for the biggest Satan worshiper. Okay, these numbers don't lie. These numbers do not lie. I could whip out Amish Paradise. Yeah, I could have done that. Listen, there's nothing better than Amish Paradise. There's no doubt about it. But yeah, so The Rock is winning right now, which I thought that was going to be. So, Val Venus needs to check himself a little bit, Val Venus needs to realize, nah, bro, The Rock is, according to the people in the chat, The Rock is the biggest Satan worshiper. That's 151 votes. I know it's a small sample size, but it's a little bit of something. You know what I mean? It's something. Okay, I read it all. What did you send to me? Okay, I see what you sent me. Okay, I read it all. Yeah, no, I don't know, man. I'm not sure. But the poll doesn't lie, man. It doesn't look good for The Rock. This poll. This does not look good for The Rock. If you want to join me tonight on the show, Discord is open. There's actually nobody on Discord right now, so if you wanted to be on the show, we could definitely get you on the show. For sure you'll get on because there's nobody in the Discord right now. So you will get on the show if you want to be on the show. Also going to open up the phone lines right now, hitting the button to open up the phone lines right now. 339-226-6610. If you call, you'll probably get on right away because I don't think a lot of people will be calling, so you probably get on. Of course, if you want to donate, that's the other way to get your opinion out there. You know how to do that. We're going to go in over Elimination Chamber in just a few. And now I'm going to put up a new poll. We got this poll out of the way. I think it's pretty solidified that it's The Rock who's the biggest Satan worshiper in WWE. Let's take a screenshot of that just to show you. But now the next poll, this is a really important poll, and I'm going to put it up right now. Are you going to watch Elimination Chamber live. Will you be up for it? Will you be able to be up to watch it live? I mean, or you're going to watch it later the next day or whatever, but are you going to try to stay up and be there live for the WWE Elimination Chamber? That is the biggest question. Will you make it live? And I think CM Punk might be there. I think there's a big I don't know. Maybe everybody already knows he's going to be there. I don't know if there's something I don't know that you know that everybody knows. I think it's possible that CM Punk will be there too, because everywhere he's been advertised, he's come out, right? Because he wants to. I think it's CM Punk for sure wants to be there everywhere he was advertised and wants to be a part of everything one way or the other. And we know how good he was on commentary when they did that press conference a couple weeks ago. We talked about it. How damn good was CM Punk on that press conference? Like, he was so good. Like, he added a good amount to that shit. If he wasn't there, it would not have been as good. It would have been missing something if CM Punk wasn't there. So it was huge that he was still there. There's a lot of stuff to get to, man. There's a lot of things. You can bring them, you can say them, you can whatever you want to do. Bring them for us here tonight. Well, I'm ready for you.
Shit bum.
Triple M with a donation. Yo, Triple M, how you doing? OG Triple M dropping $1. You are without a doubt, my friend. In OG. I'm gonna cheers to you, brother. I really did, dude. I had a great day today. Before we continue, we got a long ways to go tonight. I have a feeling I'm gonna be doing, quite a bit. But I took a break today. A lot of you guys noticed I didn't make a video. I said I might make a video today. I said I might go live in the middle of the day today. I didn't do either one of those things. I am sorry about that, but I decided that today was going to be my rest day. Like the day where I did all resting all day mostly. I'm not going to go anywhere, do anything, whatever, except just, hang out with my kids. And my son had been, my youngest was throwing up the last couple of days. And it's like he kept throwing up and he wasn't eating a lot because of the throwing up. So I was happy to just kind of be around to take care of him. But he was actually good today. He was really good and independent for the most part with his own stuff, and he was feeling fine. And so that was cool that he was all right. And today he just ate his third meal today without throwing up, so he's good. Happens to him sometimes, where he gets that. I feel like it's happened other times. So, that was I was dealing with that. So I was happy that I was able to just kind of take care of that. And then also, my son had this big thing planned, this big sleepover plan for weeks, and all of a sudden I guess they couldn't do it anymore and they had to back out of it, so he was all upset. But he's fine at home. So there was all this stuff today going on. So I was happy to kind of take care of all that. And then I walked. I went on a big walk with my daughter. So we went on a big walk, and she's brought her scooter, and we took a picture next to the Charles. It was a lot of fun. And so that was cool. Took some pictures of her next to the Charles. It's amazing how the Charles flows, it just kind of, it's like I used to live in Boston, and the Charles River used to flow right out into where we lived. And now I lived out in the woods in the sticks, and the beginning of the river is out here. It's like the other side of the river is out here. So it's always good to go for a little walk, and took a picture with my daughter today. We were taking photos in front of the lake and everything. So we're having a great time. It was a little cold outside. A little cold out, but I thought about jumping into the river, to be honest. I thought if I jump off this into the river, but if you hit the river, there's only 2 feet of water, so I'd probably hit the rocks and die. So I'd hit the rocks and I would die, no doubt about it. But I had a good time today. Oh, shit. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a call, and it's
Yo, Joe.
It's Suck.
What's up, brother?
Suck Cock is who's calling.
Yo, brother, I just wanted to say that what you guys are doing is amazing.
It's SC.
Luke Rojas is on fire, bro. Whatever the fuck he's on, I hope he keeps eating that Wawa pizza. And shout out to what's his name? Darth Vader. What's his name?
Are you talking about Luke Rojas's mother's new boyfriend, or are you talking about Luke Rojas?
I think that's his mother's boyfriend.
Yeah, his mother has a new. A lot of people don't know about this. Luke Rojas his mother has a new boyfriend. That's right. His father's gone, but his mother's got a new boyfriend, and we looked him up, and we don't want to rock the boat, but he is a child rapist. We found out.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry, I'm kidding, but no. Good. Thank you to say that. No, we feed him crack cocaine and heroin. Just so you know.
Look, I think Luke Rojas is great, but I hope when he wakes up tomorrow, he steps on poop on his way out. You know what I mean?
Yes, or gets robbed or raped by a trans person.
Or he gets robbed and raped and he fucking steps on poop.
That's right. I like that. But yes, sir. Thank you for calling. Anything else you want to say?
Joe, you keep doing your thing, brother. Thank you so much, man.
All right, SC. Thank you for the call, man. SC Steve. A guy who once reported everything I do and tried to take me down and said I should die, but now a friend again. And so there you go. For people that say I would hold a grudge, I don't, see? The guy literally tried to take my livelihood away, and I'm talking to him. Like, see, I don't hold a grudge. Like, SC and me, we mended the fence. How is that possible? See? Because people make mistakes, and sometimes people make really shitty ones. But just like a New York liberal, I'll let you make a lot of mistakes. And if my family has to die because of it, so be it. You know? So what if that migrant stabbed a couple of people a couple of times? Let him go back out again. It's okay. Maybe he'll stab someone else's family this time, not mine. So it's all good. Thank you, SC, for the call. A wonderful call, SC. Calling all the way from the treehouse. I appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Shout out to YR.
Oh my God! What the hell? What? Oh my God!
We plan the spot all day.
It's coming down from the.
I want you to jam it in.
Austin is here.
Oh my goodness!
Huge boner 69.
Audio Jungle.
I gotta get going early tonight. I'm actually in rehab right now. I gotta quit drinking. I turn in my phone at 10:30. Shout out to the JCS Army.
Jesus
Let's
Christ.
fucking go.
Let's go. But that doesn't sound good. I got to get going early tonight. I'm actually in rehab right now. I got to quit drinking. I turn in my phone at 10:30. Jesus Christ, huge boner. Alex. Oh my God, bro. I feel like that's not good. I mean, I feel bad. Like, what the hell? Weren't you drinking last week when you dropped all those donations? I feel like we're part of the problem here. Like, that's not good. Is this the reason why you're in rehab, because of the donations? Because you got hammered on the show the other night and you dropped all these donos. Is that what put you in rehab? Or is it just the alcohol? Like, that's it. Holy Christ, brother. No, seriously though, dude. I really, like, especially since I think Alex, you're the one that won the lottery, I believe. So, huge boner 69, bro, listen. You got the money right now, right? You're crushing it with the money, the house, all that stuff. 100% go get clean of all that. Like, seriously, bro. Can you imagine how crazy your life is going to be if you eliminate the alcohol problem that you might have? It sounds like you do have. Now, there's a selfish part of me that thinks that sucks. Go get hammered and destroy your life and keep donating. but don't do that. like this is like right, because good for the show, bad for you, right? Like if every week you're getting hammered, throwing thousands of dollars, like that sounds like a fun time for the show, but not a fun time for you. So I hope that that's not part of why, there were donations like a couple weeks ago or whatever. But this sounds crazy that you're in rehab and you're turning in the phone at 10:30. That's nuts. That's right now, actually. So that's right now. Hopefully you saw your donation play. I hope you saw it. That is crazy, man. Oh my God, bro. You got to hit me up or something about that later. I want you to, you got to get rid of the alcohol. Get rid of that. Because you got the house. You've got everything else going for you. Get rid of that problem, the alcohol, right? Because maybe if you, I don't know, just, we got to get rid of the alcohol for you. We got to get you, because you've got a huge advantage right now. You've got hundreds of thousands of dollars saved. You're at a huge head start advantage right now. Do you know what I mean? The next thing you got to do is find a job that can bring in some income more and start tripling down on everything, making investments on stuff, not a ton, but like a little chunk, whatever. Yeah, bro, you got to hit every realm. You've got to hit every realm, like the investments, the job, the career. I wouldn't just sit back on it, even if you are dropping bombs and donating to things and doing crazy things here or there, still bring in more money. Keep doing it. Keep going. Never sit on it. And if you eliminate the alcohol, that'll be huge. I bet. So, D. Welsh just called Huge Boner the weakest link. The weakest link, he called him. Wow, D. Welsh. D. Welsh is going at the guy in rehab right now. Man, his phone. That's how. I can't believe that. How do you have $100 in rehab, says Scam Tunes? Is that SC? Well, he's got quite a few $100,000 in rehab. So he's got about $400,000 in rehab. So I think, or something like that. He's crazy. You know what I mean? I don't know, bro. But that is I feel bad that he's in rehab though, man. I'm worried. I'm going to go to Discord in a second cuz I think Omar's over there. I saw Omar over there a minute ago. Phone lines are open. Look at Seth Rollins' glasses got to go, bro. But the bottom line is Seth Rollins is injured, and so we still don't know what Seth Rollins is going to be able to do at WrestleMania. And Alex, Huge Boner, man, we got to up this because you just dropped a bomb, man. You just dropped a bomb. All right, let's go over, let's head over to Discord. Thank you, man, for the donation. Much appreciated, bro. How are you?
Be able to do it.
Oh, Omar's here. I can hear the echo. What's up, baby?
Chilling. All good.
How you been? I haven't seen you in a while, man. What is going on?
A lot of shit. I've been I just work. I had actually tumor, lymphatic tumor, and I've been in treatment for like 6 weeks now.
What the hell is going on with everybody? You serious? Like, what kind of tumor?
Yeah, it's it was basically like I thought it was cancerous. But like that area under your armpit and chest.
Yeah, you got a big bump there.
Yeah, so apparently I'm doing like radiation therapy on it. So I'm like biohazard at the moment, just isolating.
Is it not cancer? Well, is it not cancer then?
No, it's not cancerous. They thought it was. If it stayed the same, it would have been cancerous. Like if I ignored it. But the thing is, it was too much pain. I was like, what the fuck is going on? And then I checked it out and came out to be fine, thankfully.
Oh wow, okay.
But,
yeah, because you can have bumps under your arms because your lymph nodes can swell, and that can happen. But yeah, different bump. That's weird.
Yeah. That I was like, oh, I'm probably dying in a couple of weeks, but yeah, I'm doing that. So my sleeping is kind of fucked up, makes you sneeze, fucking puking everywhere and shit. And
Jesus.
but yeah.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
then on top of that, the time difference is always weird anyway, so you've no time.
Yeah, and the time difference kind of sucks too. Yeah, that's why I've kind of missed the last a lot of weeks. And yeah, man.
We had a hell of a. I hope you were able to see some of that Rock stuff that couple weeks ago, because that was a fun.
Oh, done. Yeah. It's been crazy. That's why I wrote a couple of weeks ago on the show about like, yeah, I've seen all this Rock stuff happening after Mania 39 and shit, and now they're kind of backtracking on it all, and it's fun. It's like it's the most fun WWE been in a long fucking time. But hopefully they execute it right.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, I don't even know what's going on still. We don't really 100% know everything, and I don't even think they know. I mean, we got CM Punk is out injured. We got Seth Rollins who's injured, rehabbing, trying to get to WrestleMania. And meanwhile, he's thrown into this Roman and Cody and Rock thing, and it's very strange. Like, going into Mania, it's starting to get stranger, and we won't. Hopefully it really ramps up after Elimination Chamber. Because if it doesn't right now, the only thing I can think about is Cody, Roman, Rock. I'm not even thinking that much about anything else, and I'm worried that there won't be anything else of interest.
Yeah, the thing is, I feel like there's so much power struggle going on, because before that we hear about the Vince news. Vince is out, and then Rock is hired as a TKO board member, and now Cody wins the Rumble like a week before that, and he points at Reigns, and now it's Rock is in the picture, and Cody's like, I want to take everything away from you, and stuff like that. So, yeah, it just didn't. The whole thing is so much has been changing in a very short time. So I don't know.
Well, one of the crazy things about it is, that too is that like people are still really hung up on the fact that Cody didn't give like an explanation, to like why he changed his mind back or whatever. Like the people really still want that explanation. Like they're pissed that they don't have it. They want him to come out and clarify. It's way too late for that now. I feel like we're way past that. It's just you're not going to get that answer that a lot of people want.
Yeah, I think the only way they can fix that if it's all like a play between Rock and Cody, so Rock screws Cody, and Rock screws Roman at WrestleMania.
Oh yeah, well yeah. So like that's really been a popular thing in my brain, is that we're going to see like the Rock screw Roman, which now everybody's tipped off to. I brought it up. We brought it up. I think I know I did. The night when this all first went down, way back a week and a half to 2 weeks ago, that it's all a ruse. Before this, like pointing that he did the other night, I guess, and people are looking into it. Every mannerism he makes, but like if the Rock turns on Roman in the same night, so the crowd can pop like, oh my God, the Rock is helping Cody and he's turning on Roman. The crowd goes nuts, and the Rock is fighting the bloodline back, to the locker room, and he's beating them up away from the ring. Meanwhile, Seth Rollins comes in the ring and curb stomps Cody, and then Roman wins, and it's like, what the hell is going on? Like, Cody actually could have won, but he still doesn't win because his own guy turns on him that he didn't necessarily exactly want help from anyway. And it's like, so there could be a double turn at WrestleMania that would solve everything then, because then you got Cody and Seth Rollins again in a feud that can go on and off for like a year. And then on top of that, then you set up Roman and Rock, you know what I mean? Whenever that is. That can then happen anytime. It can happen at SummerSlam. It can happen at the next pay-per-view. It can happen at WrestleMania next year, whatever. So it sets up everybody and makes things interesting, but definitely Cody would not finish the story, so to speak, then at that point.
Yeah, I think people are pissed off because It's more like they're more mad about like the injustice happening to Cody. Like I don't think Cody will be this amazing champ. Like he will be a good champion, I think, but he will be like a like a Hulk Hogan, a Cena kind of mold, in the same.
Which
I don't
see,
mind.
But those are the top. Those are the top guys you could be, right? I mean, like I feel like he's more like a Bret Hart.
Could be as well. Yeah, he could be better, right? Like I'm not disputing that, but I think people are more like angry. Like people are more like they want the belt off Roman more than just Cody getting the championship. I think you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm. Well, let me.
Like if Roman was a champ for like 6 months, no one will be that pissed off, or like a year.
Yeah, no, I think if Cody wins, whenever Cody wins the belt, I think he definitely needs to go on this kind of 6-month run with it at least, like 4 to 6 months at some point, probably 6.
100%.
Or he could go a year, and then somebody screws him out of it or something like that happens, and that's what I would see. Like probably Seth would pick back up and do something again, but I don't know, it'd be something like that. I don't know why my daughter, I can hear someone upstairs smashing pots and pans. It's kind of freaking me out. But let me play a donation. Let's see. Oh, maybe we're not playing donos. I thought I played a dono. Are they not playing? What the fuck's going on?
Yeah. Yeah, and shout out to Huge Boner, man, about the fucking rehab. That's fucking awful. I hope he's doing good.
I'm like really worried because he was drinking watching the show a couple of weeks ago, and he was getting drunk and he was donating.
Fucking crazy donos, man.
Yeah, he's dropping crazy donos and he's drinking, and we're like, Jesus, this is nuts. And then he does it again the next day and he's drinking, and now tonight he's in rehab. So I'm like, well, oh my God, bro. I hope I didn't hurt, make it worse for you like that. I feel bad if that's the case, but I don't know. I guess he's in rehab, so yeah, good luck, and I hope the next time you donate, Alex, that it's like you have sound mind then and not drunk, and you are like you know what I mean. I'm just worried. Like I feel.
Yeah, hopefully he's just drinking like a cup of Dunkin' or whatever, just a cup of coffee.
Pour Dunkin'
sober state of mind.
Pour it on my crotch. Pour Dunkin' on my crotch.
You donated $50. I'm gonna take
this
my dick
man's
out
not
'cause
drinking
you
and donating.
$50.
Drinking and donating.
Donated $50, motherfucker, boy. I'm a rich motherfucker.
Still waiting on news outlets to start covering Vince defending his good old buddy Pat Patterson when the Ring Boy scandal happened, or when Jimmy Snuka's girlfriend Nancy died in 1983. There are a lot more skeletons in Vince's closet that will be brought.
Boy.
What happened to the chat? Is it dead or is it frozen? Holy shit, man. The chat was like, I haven't seen the chat move in like 10 minutes. The Soundwave 92. The Soundwave 92. Dropping the $50 big one. Yeah, there's a lot to get to here. I mean, we just played earlier a clip of Paul Roma who's like, says that there's a massive allegation that could be coming soon that's worse. He says it's worse. So whatever this is worse than the Janelle situation, which I can only imagine. By the way, Soundwave, thank you, man, for that $50, bro. Thank you so much. I can only imagine it's either a murder or a death or like an underage sexual thing. Like it's got to be one of those things. For it to be worse, like it's worse, like that's crazy.
With Jimmy Snuka, man, that guy is fucked. I mean, that guy is really fucked in the head, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people like know that something's up with a lot of these things, but they've just kind of moved on.
How do you feel about the whole, like, I know, like, how, like, we all knew Vince is a bit of a, a bit of a perv, a bit of a creep, but we didn't expect him to be this, like, Satan, like Satan level evil. Like, it's like a lot of people are celebrating this, like, and laughing. I'm laughing, but I'm kind of upset. Like,
no, I'm not happy. Yeah, damn. No, it's not, because we love this guy and he made the wrestling we all love. Like, when it comes down to it, he made wrestling we love, and we're all here because of Vince McMahon. We're all a product of Vince McMahon. Like, we really are. Anybody that says, like, F Vince, I want him dead or gone or whatever, is a piece of shit because you're turning on the
I
guy.
agree.
You're you're here because of him. Nobody is here right now without Vince McMahon, and we're all here for that reason. So if you turn on him, that's you. I'm not doing it. I don't like this, and for God forbid we find out he did some weird stuff with kids or something. Like, I'm just saying, I'm sure, hopefully that's not ever a case, but let's just pretend like the worst thing is there. Like, it just hurts. Of course, because you're already invested. You've already invested as a child, me, in the 80s, in the 90s, in the late 90s, the Vince McMahon character. We're so bought into what this guy has done and created, and we're a part of it no matter what. So everything terrible and bad he does and crime he might have committed it's a part of you, and there's nothing you can do.
100%. It's a bit of like a character builder in a way, and now just a part of you is kind of like, oh, it's corrupted. It wasn't really what you thought it was. I mean, just Jesus, this whole thing is crazy.
It makes it hard to worship somebody that you really loved. It's crazy, or that you liked.
Like if he was, if he was like a kinky bastard, he likes threesomes and likes having sex too much, I don't mind. Have sex, have it with your friends, have your orgy, have everything. Cool, but like I don't see like the thing as much as people are shitting on him. I don't think he really did that much of a wrong, except the shedding part. Yeah, the shedding part. You don't shit on people unless they want to be shat on. You know what I mean? Unless it's all consensual. All right, have a fucking shit party. I don't give a shit. But the whole thing was just like he didn't really like force that woman to do what he did with her. She did all of this willingly. Did he take advantage of it? Yes. He's a bit of a cunt for that. But
yeah, because if you're a smart guy, you're in power, right? You're in power. There's no need. There's no reason to try to force somebody into something physically, or to really break a law, or to physically assault a woman or do anything like that. There's no reason to do that. All you need to do is use your words carefully and suggest things and go into things that way and use power to manipulate in certain ways. And then it's like, well, morally you're kind of gross and that's weird, but and definitely you shouldn't do it as the owner of a company. That could look bad in the company, could get you in trouble with your company. But like if you're going to try to stay out of jail and try to, keep it legal for the most part, these are all things that I think he would know and that he was trying to get into. But I'm still surprised he sent those text messages. That blows my mind that he sent those text messages. Like, and then that he didn't keep the text messages to like, meet me in room 7 and like I'll be there. Or like just I'll be there soon, or like meet me outside, or things like that.
As fucked up as this sounds, I appreciate how creative he is in sex texting. I mean, that is like Brazzers' script on a high level, like a whole new level. You know what I mean? This guy should have been a porn producer. He would have made billions of dollars.
Tell him
way more than pro wrestling.
Tell him you want to just let it loose in a bowl and drink it. Like, it's just weird. At least Vince looks like he can last long. Oh my God, Hurricane. Maybe he can. I don't know, man. I mean, I don't know. Can he? Maybe he can.
I mean, when you're taking that too much TRT, you gotta come on. I mean, I bet him and Ryback did something in the back. I mean, we can't. That seems like a possibility now.
Yeah, I mean, Ryback would be down, right?
I told you what Vince McMahon did to me. I can't stand it. I can still smell him.
Like everybody knows what Ryback did. Like we had Ryback on the show. And Ryback said all this stuff. I mean, bro, we broke this on the Joe Cronin show. Ryback, listen to this.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I know you do wrestling, but I'm online looking for like porn sites for cock. That's when and I just came across you right now.
Oh my God, bro. Jesus, Ryback. I mean, I don't know what you're. This is really
weird. Listen, man. I work out with cock. You know what I mean? Like I weightlift dudes, like whole men. I pick them up and put them down.
Hey, I've got a lot of respect for Ryback here, but I need to understand, why is it that you legally changed your name to Ryback Reeves Ryback Ryan.
We really need to protect Ryback now at this point because
Reeves, like,
he could be assaulted.
Why did you decide to try to fuck
Because
He's a
as
victim.
Ryan, nobody fucking knows me, okay? I'm just that big dude, all right? But when I put Ryback in front of it, it's fire. It's straight fire, bro.
Yeah.
This is why. You know what I mean? I love being gay, so I had to put like rye bread and Ryback, and I just wanted something with a rye in it.
Well,
hey, listen, everybody's got a little bit of controversy in their careers. We wanted to know: did you really injure CM Punk? Was that intentional, or was that just an accident?
Bro, I meant to do it.
Oh my god!
You see that fucking dude's ears? I mean, come on. How could you not want to be in a ring with this guy and want to fucking hurt him?
Oh my god,
bro! Did Vince McMahon ever touch you?
Me and Vince were fucking for like 4 years, bro. Seriously, on the reg. I would go to his house and I would tear it out, and we'd work out together, and then he'd shoot me with a needle, and then we'd fuck again, and it was like an ongoing thing. That's why I was so surprised when they let me go. You know,
That's terrible.
The boss. I mean, you should have a good spot. You know, I mean, not be losing your shit. You know.
You figure he would have kept you around forever.
Dave Rose might be dead.
So much. Considering my dick smelt like him, I would think that I had a job for a while.
I gotta know, with Mr. McMahon, were you a top or were you a bottom?
I was a bottom guy because, as old as he is, I used to cut the circulation off to his throat. So sometimes he would turn blue. So I had to take the bottom.
Gotcha. A little bit of yeah.
See, so like these are things like we knew, like we look the exclusive that we got, man. I mean,
I would sniff dogs.
Like he was all into it.
What happened when the Alzheimer's kicked in? He didn't really know what the fuck was going on, and the fuck's this guy looking at? And I knew then that Alzheimer's had seeped in. So I just, I was like, fuck, man. We shared needles. We used to, he'd shoot me up, I'd shoot him up. I fucking loved it. I mean, it was great. I was getting all my shit for free. Can't
beat it. How did you come up with the infamous term "feed me more"?
That actually has to do with steroids. That and cock. That's what it was mainly about.
Makes perfect sense now.
More cock.
Hey, wait a minute, Ryback. There's your next book, Ryback. Steroids and cock
For an interview.
Well, let's change the subject real quick. How many Pat Patterson try to fuck while you're in WWE?
Pat fucks a new kid every day, man. We have interns that would be in there, and Pat would just walk up to them and sniff them like a dog would sniff another dog's ass. He would just sniff them and be like, "Yep, this one's for me." Some of them he would pass by and not even look at them. But for the
this one's for me.
This one's for me. I mean, so there you go. So like we already know all this stuff. So like the news
we called it, man.
Right, we could. The news is gonna come out with this stuff. I mean, Ryback wanted to fight me at WrestleCon over that, by the way. But the news is gonna come out.
Yeah, right.
The news is gonna come out about this, bro, and they're gonna be like, "Oh my god, like this guy, we had no idea about all these things that were going on." Meanwhile, we've been getting these exclusives for years on this show. That's like 6 years ago, bro. Like we know what's happening. The news channels are gonna be like, "We did some investigating." Fuck you. We had all the investigation we needed here for free for a long time.
Do you think Vince McMahon was trying to tell us all that time that Mr. McMahon is really what he is?
Yes. I think in some ways, Matt Cologne dropped $5. Hey, Matt, how you doing, man? Thank you for becoming a $5 shit bum, Matt Cologne. Appreciate that. He didn't say anything, but shout out to you, Matt Cologne. Like, thank you. I'm sorry. What were you saying, Omar?
Yeah, I was saying, like, do you think like Vince McMahon was trying to tell us all along about himself being that way by being Mr. McMahon on TV?
Yeah, in a weird way. Like, those are things like we're like, when you see a guy act like Vince did, because I feel like I would do some sick, weird stuff myself. Like if I had the wrestling company, like I've done it on the show, I would go crazy and do weird, sick stuff to just do anything to entertain everybody and have a good time. So like
the match with the bear, yeah.
Right, but I'm not really like that though. But like Vince, there was always a division. There was people that would say, "My God, imagine what he's like in real life." Like whatever. And then there's other people that would say, oh, it's clearly he's over the top and it has himself turned up. Like, he's not really this crazy. It's kind of like the argument when somebody, like, you hear someone says like a racial slur behind the scenes, or someone gets drunk, right, and they drop an N-bomb or something somewhere, and people go, oh, if he says it here, imagine what he does, like, behind the scenes. And it's like, well, you don't really know what somebody is doing anywhere. Like, you don't.
That's saying you're stupid. Yeah,
you don't know. For all you know, that they were so drunk, they thought it would be funny and crazy to say that, but maybe they would never say that in real life. But maybe they do, and they hide it. I don't know. You don't know. So I don't go either way with Vince. But it turns out, bro, that all the sick, weird stuff that he was doing on camera, I mean, the guy is a wackaloo. Like, behind the scenes, he's Vince has very few limits, And when you think about a guy with power, with money, with creativity, with a sensational appetite, like, you talk about Vince, man, and he said it himself, like in those clips as a joke or whatever, it sounds like an unbelievable appetite. Like, it's like that. I think he did. He had that, and you can't contain a guy like that. He's gonna go as far as he can, and it's just gonna keep going and going and going, because where else is there to go but more and up, I guess. But
the thing is, if that's what he is like as 77, he's 77, right?
Yeah.
Imagine what he was like in his, like, I don't know, like late 50s, early 60s.
Well, allegedly, all these people are saying they never saw it. They're like, this is crazy. Like, yeah, Vince was always a little bit of a weird, almost like a frat guy sometimes and stuff like that, and did some things, but like never anything like this. That's what like Jim Cornette said. That's what several other people have said too. That like. Yeah,
but I think in the 90s, he kind of had his shit. Like he was way more conservative as a person. I think he hit like a midlife crisis and became nuts after that.
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe he was just getting older, getting more bored.
In 2006, remember? I know that report was disputed. It was bullshit, but there was like a report that he went to a tan salon in Florida before WrestleMania 22 or something like that, and basically he got completely naked, and the girl in the saloon, basically he just stood up next to her and told her like, oh, take a picture of my body and send it to my girlfriend in New York or some shit like that.
Really?
And he literally like there's literally a police report online. If you type Vince McMahon Florida 2006 tan saloon, you'll find that shit on there.
Wow.
So that doesn't sound too fake to me right now.
And also I wonder, at what point did him and Linda fall apart, and like how did Linda feel about it? And
I think that happened like late night, because if you look at it, I think the marriage is more like it's like a double benefit thing. Like she was like a Republican Senate, right? I think.
Right.
And basically he was empowering the WWE, so they would kind of like help each other when it comes to like, I don't know, like being in charge and being very powerful people. But I think he even said in an interview, like, I'm in a loving marriage, but it's not faithful. He said that himself.
Oh, well, I mean, I think they've always kind of been somewhat honest, in those ways. So I guess, and hey, real quick, shout out to the New York Rangers. The Rangers, who beat the Islanders outdoors the other day.
Yeah, that was a crazy game.
What a 6-5 crazy game.
Yeah.
I hope MJF and all the other Islanders fans were in the crowd freezing watching their team lose. Take that, MJF, while you're injured.
What do you think about Roy being their coach now? I mean, that's a bit crazy.
That is weird. What happened?
I don't like that.
I don't like it either, but it's just, I haven't paid much attention to other teams this year because I've been so busy. Like, I didn't even know the Canucks were doing so well. The Vancouver Canucks are crazy right now.
The Canucks are, I think they're the favorites. And the Oilers as well. The Oilers, they've been on like a long streak. They had a shit beginning to the season, but now they're fucking flying. The Bruins are doing okay. Not the best, but
they hit some kind of road bump here, but they're still second in the league in points.
Yeah. They're They're winning games. They're winning games, like because it's we got no Bergeron this season as well, which is
That's
feels
been
so
huge.
weird.
It feels really weird. That's a huge stability piece that's missing. It's like really an anchor that's missing. But you know, and they're losing a lot in overtime too. Like they'll at least get the overtime and get points. It's crazy.
That is it's the same issue we had last season. The overtime is where we lost to the fucking Panthers in the fucking playoffs. Whenever they could be winning a game like 2-1 or 3-2, but last 50 seconds, heads drop, they just they concede so quickly and so easily. Like they can play the whole game amazing, just the last 50 seconds, everything just drops.
What the hell is my daughter doing up there? Like she's freaking me out. Oh, she's getting. Oh, okay. I was really concerned. I'm like, what is she doing up there? She was getting my youngest. She was getting Finn like a Gatorade, and she was opening it for him. So I guess that's nice. I was like, what is she doing when she's making something or whatever? But no, everything's okay. All right. So yeah. So anyway, what did we get to? I want to make sure I get to everything tonight because so many things are going on. Triple H Road to WrestleMania runs through Perth this Saturday, and the implications will be monumental. Be there live to witness. Posted 14 minutes ago. Let's listen to Triple H.
WWE Universe Australia, it is that.
Why is this so low? Oh my God. This is not me. This is actually their post. It's very low. All right, let me play it. I'm going to play it and record it so we can increase the volume because good Lord, that's low.
Yeah. Is that
Here we go.
WWE Universe Australia, it is that time. It is that time of year. It is the road to WrestleMania, and this year the road drives directly through Perth, Australia, because we are just days away from a night that will be filled with moments that will leave the world talking. Elimination Chamber Perth happens live this Saturday from Optus Stadium. The chamber matches are set. The implications for the road to WrestleMania will be monumental. There is no greater time of the year than right now, the road to WrestleMania. And I cannot tell you how excited we are all to get to Perth and be headed your way. And when we get there, there'll be just one question to ask. Are you ready?
I feel like Triple H has been doing a lot of like
promotion.
Yeah, a lot of promoting and a lot of saying that over and over again. I'm worried, like, boy, they got to deliver because they've been saying a lot of like, get ready for what you're gonna see, but like, well, what are we gonna see? So, they got to be careful with that. They really got to deliver something like it's, or there's gonna be people pissed. Here we go.
WWE Universe Australia.
Okay, let me try to fix this. Okay, we're gonna.
What the fuck happened to his voice? His voice is so awful.
Yeah, I mean, you know, you're getting older.
Jesus.
Here's the thing. I'm gonna be like just like Vince McMahon, you know. Do you think like if him and Stephanie were having problems that they would never split up either? You think like there's something going on there, like? Or...
I don't know. I don't think they're. I don't know. Maybe, but I don't think so because they don't have like political positions. It's not like with Linda and Vince. I think they stayed in power, and maybe one day Vince wanted to be the president, like Trump. Like I don't know.
Yeah,
I feel like, and plus, I think it's like a money thing as well because if they divorce, Vince is gonna lose so much. So maybe he's compensating her in different ways. I don't know.
Well, with her and Linda, I get with him and Linda, I get that part. But hopefully, like everything's good with, you know, Triple H.
I mean,
and
I
Stephanie.
think they are okay, right? Or
they should be all right. I would think they're all right. But yeah, just
hopefully.
Let's listen again.
Universe Australia, it is that time. It is that time of year. It is the road to WrestleMania.
I turned it up a bit here.
And this year, the road drives directly through Perth, Australia, because we are just days away from a night that will be filled with moments that will leave the world talking. Elimination Chamber Perth happens live this Saturday from Optus Stadium. The chamber matches are set. The implications for the road to WrestleMania will be monumental. There is no greater time of the year than right now, the road to WrestleMania, and I cannot tell you how excited we are all to get to Perth and be headed your way. And when we get there, there'll be just one question to ask. Are you ready?
Are you ready? Yeah, are you ready to be able to stay up to watch it or to wake up that early? That's what, are you ready? Are you ready to wake up at 5 a.m. and watch it if you're in America? Like, that's the question. Are you ready to stay up all night and watch it? I don't know if I am because, well, it's going to be on a Sunday, right, for me? So, yeah, so it will be Sunday where I am, I hope, right? I think so.
It would be like 10 in the morning where I live, where I am right now.
So it'll be 10 a.m. in the UK.
I think so, yeah.
It'll be 6, 7 p.m. there in Australia, and it will be 5 a.m. So it's a Sunday. I thought it was a Saturday show. Oh, yeah, it is a Saturday show because Saturday in Australia. Yeah, Saturday in Australia is 7 p.m., but over here, we're in the next day. I thought we'd be in the day before. I'm so confused. I guess I don't know how the world works with time. I thought I did, but now I don't. I'm confused. I'm completely lost by this. I should pull out a chart.
Yeah, it can be confused, especially when you look at like American Australia. They're not that. They're like the West, the East. It's just a weird fucking, I don't know, complicated side. Yeah.
There might like a million of these, and everybody keeps taking them. All right. Daughter's looking for a charger. These kids take all my chargers. I buy like 9 of them. They all go missing, and then like 5 days later, where's no chargers? It's like I need a fucking box of like 200. Like, it's just ridiculous.
Just get the ones that they don't have cables where you just put them on and they just charge the phone immediately.
Oh, the wireless ones, yeah.
The wireless ones, yeah.
They'd lose those though too. They just unplug them and lose them and just whatever. Like, it's just.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. Like, what are you doing? All right, let me go back to the donations. If we got any, let's see if we do. If you guys want to support the channel, the donation link is pinned to the top of the stream, so use that to donate if you want. And or you can super chat down below. You guys know how to do it. The membership button, do all the stuff, blah, blah, blah. Huge Boner 69 is the top donator with $100. That's a huge one. Second one was Soundwave 92, dropped a $50 spot. Thank you, Soundwave, man, an OG Soundwave now. I look forward to seeing Soundwave. I miss him because we used to connect a lot on those AEW reviews, and just AEW has been rough for me recently. And we'll talk about that too, man. How's Jay White doing? How many butts in the seats is Jay White selling out? How you doing, Jay White? What a character he is, man. What's his character? I'm a skinny guy with a beard. Anyway,
hey, Bullfrog is a moron.
Scissor me, Joe!
I think Vince and Linda being apart from each other probably happened around when he was doing the story with Trish. I'm not saying he was doing anything with Trish, I just think that's probably around the time it started.
Yeah. Okay, I could see that, but I almost wonder if like they didn't break up fully until a couple of years after that, or if they'd already been kind of separated before that. So, because, I mean, Linda must have known about Vince's, I'm sure, like, I've always been like, okay, Vince has been cheating on her for forever, for a long time. Like, he doesn't value that sanctity of marriage in the way other people do. And I bet Linda knows that, and she just goes with it, but eventually said enough is enough, something like that. But when did that happen? When did the enough is enough really happen? And her and him kind of just agree to be there, but not. It's very.
I think when she started, remember she was a regular on WWE TV around like 2001, like the end of Attitude Era, and then she kind of disappeared and only did like a couple of, occasions, and that was it. I think that's when they just, because she was part of the creative, like she was in the storylines. Now she's not at all. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and D. Welsh just said it's Saturday morning in the U.S. If that's the case, I can't watch Elimination Chamber. If that's the case, I'll be at work. So I won't even be able to see Elimination Chamber until later. So that I won't even, it's like I won't even be, I'll be watching what happened. I won't even be watching it live. So, because that's, yeah, unless Alex hits the lottery again and drops $1 million, I'll be at work. So that's kind of. And now it's Triple M coming in. It's turkey time with Triple M.
What if they've laid us? If the turkeys ate us, if they had to hate us. What if the turkeys ate us instead of they filleted us? What if the turkeys ate us instead of mashed potatoes?
Let me see those turkeys.
Instead, those turkeys ate us. They gobbled us apart. And first they'd eat our nuts, and then they might eat our butts. Yeah, the turkeys ate us. What if the turkeys ate us? What if the turkeys ate us? What if they filleted us? Instead the turkeys ate us.
Yeah.
It's getting kinda friggin' crazy because people's blood
It might be the gravy.
turkeys might gobble on the giblets. Instead, they might gobble on the testicles. What if the turkeys ate us? What if the
Triple M, man, thank you so much, dude. Let's see what
turkeys ate us?
let's see what Triple M has to say.
I love you, Joe Daddy. I still think it should be Rock versus Randy Orton. Fuck Dork Night. Gobble gobble gobble.
Oh, Triple M, thank you, man. Gobble, gobble, gobble to you. And that's right, F Dork Knight. And F Dork Knight's family, everybody in the chat. Everybody in the chat, right, F Dork Knight's family. Thank you. Appreciate that.
I am coming for you.
Whoa.
You are fucked.
That guy also went on a rant about how Vince McMahon was evil and crazy and all the things that McMahons do. And, so a lot of credence is lent towards, that now. I feel like that purple penis guy that called this, he's like, he might have been on to something, bro. He really was getting into it. Yo, Moss Blaze is here with us on Discord. What's up, Moss Blaze? If he's here. He might not be here. We'll see. Uh-oh. That's okay if he's not here. We're going to keep trying. Moss Blaze. Pick up that microphone, Moss Blaze. You Moss Blaze, mofo. Okay.
So do you want to discuss how shit AEW have been recently?
Oh, my God. Has it been just bad? Like, SmackDown, by the way, 2.5 million, I think, the other night.
Yeah.
And what's AEW's now down to the low 800,000s? It's not
Just yeah, Rampage is like 200K. I mean, that's what.
No, dude, listen, Rampage is dead, and Collision is
is just as dead too.
Yeah, they're both dead. Get rid of one of them, but they won't. So they'll. It's just not good, bro. We're talking about TNA Impact numbers from back when they were floundering. So too many shows, too many belts, too many wrestlers, and not enough good ideas and not enough stars, and there's so much wrong with AEW. I mean, just the promo alone the other day, we talked about this with Sting and like Darby Allin and them.
Yeah.
They just can't even.
I want you to go live so bad this night because I know you would have fucking blasted that piece of shit of a
Oh.
promo. Like,
Yeah, and by the next day, I was just tired, and I was like, oh, whatever. But, like, yeah, if I had watched that show fully and then I had gone live, I would have been raging because it was so infuriating how bad the setup, the promo, that's one of their best feuds and things going right now is the Young Bucks now and Sting and all that, and they can't even get those promos right because Darby Allin, unfortunately, just can't. And I don't know if someone wrote some of that for him, if he worked on that with somebody else. I like Darby Allin a lot, but he sucks usually on promos. And
it's been crap. Yeah.
Yeah, he's not really good on them. And whether he did that or someone else did that to him or it was a mix or whatever it was, I mean, Darby Allin has never really cut much of a promo ever.
Yeah.
And this is like a layup situation, I feel like, where you should be able to cut promos, and they just can't do it. They can't seem to do it. They can't. Ricky, Starks and them, they couldn't do it. They couldn't do it back. There's all these layups, and they can't do it. And Sting is just kind of there, like kind of observing, and then he says some things, and Sting's okay, but yeah, there's not good things going on in AEW right now. There is bad stuff being thought of over there.
I think they became kind of what they hated. Remember when they first came on the scene and, every wrestler would have their own promo. Everybody has freedom of creativity. You can be whatever you want. It felt like, it's like a haven of new, refreshing content. And now it's just like literally a bad version of TNA in 2010. Not even good as that.
Yeah. Yeah. Right now, AEW is worse than, like you just said, TNA Impact or whatever was better in 2010. It was better several other times. It was better in 2016 than what we're seeing in AEW right now. And I would say the first 2 years of AEW were as good or better than those TNA moments. But now, oh my God, like they are lost, and it all started with. I mean, it really was ended when CM Punk left, but it's one piece at a time. It's Cody Rhodes, and by the way, this tells you right now that if they don't sign MJF, they're dead, because
they're fucked.
You're seeing what does AEW look like without MJF? This is exactly what they look like, and this is why they should have built other stars left and right, and they couldn't do it. They didn't build other stars, and then stars that they tried to build, they wasted time on. And they did it wrong, or they left. So you wasted some time on people that you didn't do right. Then you wasted time on people that left the company anyway. And so there's just so many problems with AEW. I could do a weeks-long show on everything wrong with AEW and where they went wrong and why and how everybody, whatever. And they don't care. They either don't care or they don't know, or I don't know. And some of it you can't help. Some of it is like, listen, if you don't have star power, you don't have star power. But you know what? You can make a star. And here's the thing. Someone said the other day, well, you're still going to make the stars. Yeah, guess what? You can make the stars. You know why? Because I saw it. Because when Toni Storm came to AEW not that long ago, I said, who gives a shit? Toni Storm sucks. She was in WWE. She really didn't do anything. I don't get the appeal of Toni Storm. I don't get it. What, she looks hot? I don't get Toni Storm. What matches has she had that are that good? I don't get her appeal. I literally went on this rant. Go look it up if you don't believe me. Go look up my rant on Toni Storm when she was in AEW. She's just another girl, runs off the ropes, looks hot. Oh my God, she got an OnlyFans. She left WWE. She has no character. She has nothing. She hasn't had a match that I'm like, oh my God, her matches are amazing. She has no character. What is she, hot? I don't know. And then literally, like, I think it was like 2 months later, now we have timeless Toni Storm. And she is one of the most impressive. Like, if I turn on AEW, if there's almost anything could be going on, and I might say to myself, and turn the channel. But if I turn on AEW and I see Toni Storm talking or about to talk,
I leave it on. I want to see it because I know I'm going to either laugh, it's going to be entertaining, or it's going to be funny or weird or something, because she is that way. She's been entertaining. And so look at that. You can make a star, whether she made it on, if this is all her character or this is someone else's ideas, whatever. There you go. That's one right there.
100%. I agree. And I think they have good talent. Like, if you have people like Samoa Joe, Adam Copeland, Christian, and fucking Moxley, and you can't really give me a good show out of these people, then the problem is in you. Whatever the process of creative is, it's been crap. Like, it's just very... I feel like everything is last minute. Everything is random. The storylines, like Adam Cole with the Devil. What is the follow-up? What is it? This Undisputed Kingdom shit is boring. It's so boring.
Yeah, it has no good direction at all.
Nothing, man.
I actually went to one of their live shows. I think it was Collision, like in Penn State, and dude, it was so dead. Like, there was nobody there. Like, and by the time they were done with Collision, half of the crowd left. They didn't want to stay for Ring of Honor.
Yeah.
For what?
No, I agree. One thing they should do as well is stop trying to fill 20,000 seats arenas. Stop doing that. Go back to the 10K. Go back to the 8K. Look, it's all right to kind of you don't like. It's not gonna be as an L or oh, they failed. They can't fill big arenas. You genuinely listen. A filled up small arena looks way better on TV than a massive arena with empty seats.
Right.
Like,
Omar. And honestly, you and Joe made a great point earlier. Like, the first maybe 2.5 years of AEW were the best. They were just fantastic. The storytelling was better. I think it was just because it was so fresh, and we weren't used to a lot of people. We haven't seen a lot of matches before.
Yeah, it was
a lot of
creative.
those people.
Yeah.
But now it's like they're struggling to even put stories together, to be honest, and to have everybody try to coincide and have something that's meaningful. Like, Tony Storm is pretty good. MJF is hurt right now, so that's a killer for them. But outside of that, there's not really much story.
Yeah. I think they need, like, the problem with them, they would bring in big names. Like, they signed some big names either from WWE or free agents, whatever. They have like a big buzz when they bring like an announcement or a big wrestler returns or whatever. But then they don't have a plan for them. Like with Adam Copeland, all right, you had the Christian story. He lost. Now he's just fighting. Like, I saw one week he was fighting Suzuki. Is he really wrestling Suzuki? What are we doing here?
No, yeah. I mean, like, they're working with like 5,000 different promotions that are not themselves, and they're not putting over their talent.
Who is
and
these
they're
people?
Over here, and they're over here putting over some Nakazawa.
Yeah, like, who gives a shit? Like, why do I have to?
Because Tony is like, it's because it's all Tony's fantasy. Like, we're see, like, I feel like when they started, they had a goal of certain things and certain rivalries and certain stories, and they were trying to be like. I feel like Tony Khan was trying to be like Raw's War, like with the new flavor of wrestling or something. Yeah. But now it feels like we're just legit watching Tony Khan's fantasy booking, and that's it. Like,
pretty much
he's fantasy booking, and that's all that matters. And that's not. I give him credit that the first couple of years of AEW, I thought the booking that they did for the most part was pretty good. But now it's like, it's just all about, like, what I'd really like to see? Fukunami Nazawa, like, in the ring with Jay White. Oh my God, on Dynamite, that would be, yeah, that's right. About 200, that's right, Tony, about 250,000 people also dream of that. So congratulations on booking, Nakazawa Tainakami versus, Jay White. In a match that, like, legit 200,000 people all over the world want to see, instead of creating characters that maybe 1 million people want to see every week fight each other.
Right.
Yeah.
Or also, or like create interesting stories for those matches instead of just blowing your load every fucking week. Like, oh yeah, you think of a dream match. We're getting a dream match this month. oh, this big match is going to happen. We've never seen it before. It's coming in 2 weeks. Like no time to wait.
People,
It's already
Hold on,
happened.
Luke. Or how about every 3 weeks? Oh, huge announcement by Tony Khan, and it's some shit ass announcement.
It's garbage.
Yeah, that's got to go
No,
too.
I'm talking purely just like no build up in. Like, think about all the dream matches that have already happened in AEW, and think about if, like, it was WWE or, like, another wrestling promotion. Think about how much time would have been spent to build those matches. Like, to me, I just think it's insane that you've already seen Okada and Daniel Bryan, and it was, like, on a nothing show. Like, nobody even cared. And the storyline, there was nothing to it.
Yeah.
It's just like, I want to prove I'm the best. I'm the best. And then
It's so lazy. It's so lazy, dude. It's just like, yeah, and you know what? People always compare, who's better at booking, Tony Khan or Triple H. I'll give you a little example. Look how Adam Cole with the Undisputed Era was like in NXT, the Black and Gold NXT, and look how Adam Cole is right now. Just compare both of them. It's like two different people.
Well,
one guy was lit.
No, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Omar. Finish off.
Yeah, I was saying one guy was literally had stardom all over him, literally like a mini Triple H, just an asshole, literally he's more believable as the devil than the current guy who is just awful, just boring, and it's just crazy. Like these two people are the same exact person, just two different directions.
Adam Cole in NXT was, I mean, despite his size and despite it, like even looking at him, I was like, I don't know if he'll ever be a top guy in WWE. But I still thought, like, man, he's just so fucking good in NXT, and the Undisputed Era is so fucking good. Like, the Undisputed Era is what made me get into NXT and just started watching the Black and Gold brand and stuff.
Hey, man.
It kind of feels gay that I just said the Black and Gold brand as if I'm like on an episode of The Bump talking about it. Like, man, this is the Black and Gold brand.
Well, let me tell you this. One thing about Triple H is like what's screwed up with Tony Khan. I'm gonna grab a water in a second and see what's wrong with my kid upstairs. But one problem is this: Triple H was better at doing what Tony Khan wants to do than Tony Khan. Tony Khan wants to do these like crazy New Japan, whatever. Triple H did that in NXT, man. He sold out arenas with guys who basically they went out, and if everybody remembers this, they went out, they had 5 matches, tore the house down, and all the wrestlers had great, for the most part, characters, great entrance music and entrances, and then they tore it up in the ring, and they were gone. And they kicked ass doing that for at least 3 or 4 years straight. And Triple H was able to do that with anybody. Keith Lee, Adam Cole, you name it. But Tony Khan can't do that, and that's the thing he wants to do, and that's the crazy part, is that's what he wants to do, and Triple H is the one who's good at that. Tony Khan has no idea what to do with Keith Lee. Keith Lee has no idea what to do with Keith Lee, but Triple H knew what to do with Keith Lee.
Yeah. 100%. Yeah, I mean, and Triple H he just seems to have things, like, I don't think he's the best fucking booker of all time, but I think that he always seems to have the fans' interest in mind.
Yeah.
Like,
and common sense.
He always, like he will book things that will subvert our expectations, but he won't just do it just to subvert them. Just to be like, well, yeah, that could be all part of the plan, and we were building to this. But what if Braun Strowman just came in and he just fucking beat everybody? Or some stupid bullshit. Usually if he does have a shocking thing, it's more a part of this story that he's already been building. Like, oh, we all thought Cody was going to win last year. Well, no, Triple H booked him to lose, and it wasn't just to subvert our expectations. It's to be like, well, it's going to make the rematch even more important. So I think Triple H has that over a lot of bookers, is that I'm not saying he has no ego, but he seems to be able to remove his ego from it and think mostly about what fans would want to see.
Yeah, Luke, but also you got to always take into account that Triple H has always been one of the boys. So, like, Tony Khan has never got in the ring and took a bump. So he can never relate to the wrestlers, and I think that's when he disconnects too, and that's why he's kind of lost.
You didn't see Tony Khan give the stunner to a bunch of people.
When the hell was that?
No, you never seen that?
What the fuck? I don't remember that shit.
Oh my God, oh my God, once you see it, you can't unsee it. Watch
Those
this.
after still.
Watch this.
Hold on.
You're gonna die.
Wait a second. Is this fucking Conan on the fucking call right now? Hold on, Disco. Hold on, wait.
I can't.
And then Aubrey Edwards jumps around the ring like a fucking idiot.
He did that shit to Sean Spears. That's funny.
Watch Aubrey Edwards jump around the ring like a fucking nitwit.
Makes it all about her.
Yeah, she tries to upstage the fucking boss. Look at her jumping around.
Yo, she makes the refs look so bad, man. Like, you know this joke because you went to fucking wrestling school. The refs are not supposed to act like that at all.
Yeah, you're supposed to, dude. The best referees, like, you pretty much blend in, but eventually,
Exactly.
you know,
You're supposed to be fucking
you
invisible,
become
pretty much.
If you become a referee after a long time, like, people notice you, right? Like Earl Hebner got noticed for his kind of weird count, and he was a referee for a long time. You know, Kyoto, things
Earl
like
Hebner,
that.
Earl Hebner got noticed because he's just the worst fucking referee of all time.
No, but I mean, like, you notice people after, like, you notice a referee after about 5 years or so. But if you're a referee and you haven't been a referee for 5 years or less, like, for the most part, you should be almost invisible. Like, it's just,
you know what? And
pathetic.
I know that you don't like Charles Robinson, and you've pointed out that he does stuff like Aubrey Edwards. But
No,
honestly,
he's
I think that
okay,
Charles,
though. He's okay.
Yeah, I think like sometimes he does some mugging to the camera and some like the weird facial stuff, but it's like most of the time it's just him reacting to seeing like somebody get hit a huge move, and he's not like literally trying to make it about him and make the attention like look at this silly thing and I'm doing like if I saw the whole face off thing where she's making like a giraffe face.
Yeah.
If I saw that and I was Tony Khan, I'd be like, get her back here, and we're firing her because she's
dark,
fucking
bitch.
ruined an angle. Yeah, you're fucking gone. You're gone.
Like if I'm
We
watching
can't
a
say
Kenny
that.
Omega, if I'm watching a Kenny Omega Bryan Danielson match, and the main focus of the match is not them wrestling, it's that dumbass just doing shitty moves and fucking fucking break dancing in the middle of the ring. Like, what are you doing?
Oh, the worst is when somebody's trying to do a sunset flip to transition into the pinfall. And she's doing the thing where she's like wobbling on her feet as if like she's with them and like, oh, like, is he going to fall? Am I going to fall? It's so like she's on a surfboard. Like, dude, it's annoying. It's annoying and it's really unprofessional. And you know what? If she didn't have a fucking vagina, she wouldn't be working there. That's all I'm saying. If that was a guy doing that, I mean, he would not be working there anymore. But
oh my god, I was part of the S movement in 2014, and now I'm reffing a match with Brian. Go die.
Die Brian. It's really, really embarrassing to see that with her jumping around.
People like Mike Chioda. I mean, that is how to be a proper referee. Like that is for me is the golden standard to be a good referee.
Yeah, he's definitely one of the better ones. So in AEW, who do you think would probably be the best referee?
There's a bald guy. He's okay. I mean, he's not. I don't know his name, but
honestly, I don't rank him. Just anybody who's not Aubrey Edwards is probably a better referee.
Yeah,
probably the best.
Yeah, as long as you're not a liberal lesbian, I think you'll be all right.
Exactly. Or as long as they're not an attention-seeking weirdo who thinks that like they're bigger than the match itself. I mean, Jesus Christ. Whatever. It's that I just saw her jumping around and it really made me want to puke. I've never been angry at someone just showing excitement and that little clip that Joe just showed me. Like I really wanted to throw something at the wall. Yeah, very, very sickening. The referees in WWE, like I don't even know any of their names, but who's that ripped guy? Like the really ripped guy used to do the NXT takeovers.
Yeah,
he looks like he would be an actual UFC referee.
Yep, he's
The
danced
guy that's
and
kind of like
fucking jacked.
He looked like a Guido.
Yeah, he's like super tanned.
Yeah, I know who you're talking about. I forget his fucking name, man.
Tan, short, and jacked, just super
Some shit.
jacked.
It's weird because you would think we would know a lot of these refs' names now, since the announcers are always saying them now since Vince left.
Well, you know what? They just nobody. Again,
That means the
we
refs.
don't care.
That means the refs are doing their job because we don't know their name. I mean, that means they're succeeding in what they're doing. That means they're a good ref. I shouldn't know what the ref's name is.
That's true.
That's just stupid. You know what I mean? Yeah.
The only time a ref's name should be like even announced if there's some shenanigans going on with the ref. But like if it's outside of that and it's a normal match for the most part, yeah, the ref shouldn't even be mentioned at all.
Exactly. I mean, the referees, they could all fucking die and I wouldn't cry. No, I'm joking. I just don't know how to
The thing about that though is it would be hard to have a match without them, you know?
Oh yeah, you're right. We wouldn't be able to count to 3.
Apparently, if the bell gets rung too, you have to stop counting. I didn't know that.
I mean, if what an unprofessional referee doesn't just continue to count, and and how bad is the security at the fucking WWE events? I mean, every single time, without fail, a run-in happens, and the security guards are they're fucking left there scratching their heads.
It's funny, like
I mean,
if you watch WWE in like 2011, 2012, you'll see a lot of the security guys are just wrestlers that are big now, like LA Knight, for example. Like,
or like literally the security that they hire at the fucking like event. It's just always so weird to see like a run-in happen, and you see the security guard literally like looking at them. Like, hey, aren't you supposed to be stopping them? But yeah, I don't know. I'm so sick of life, and I'm gonna kill my. No, that's not what I was gonna say. I had a train of thought, and then it just left.
You must think you must work for Tony Khan.
Pretty much, yeah, pretty much.
Please hire me.
You know what I was thinking of?
What's that?
I was thinking of that really embarrassing promo that Becky Lynch cut last night, and how it seems to be a trend. It seems to be a trend for her cutting really bad promos that aren't funny. And it's like, I really want to like Becky Lynch. Like, I like her matches, and sometimes I actually like her promos. But then there's these other weeks where it feels like for every good promo she has like another 3 or 4 cringy promos. The thing that she does a lot is try to get a joke off, and it fails really bad. But then she like doesn't let it just fail. She has to like try to save it. Like, bunch of truth haters. Am I right? Yeah. And it's just so awkward. And you really, like, you can feel the nervousness, and you can feel just the reflection in her voice of, oh, fuck, that one bombed. And then where she went with the, what was it? Oh, yeah, Bianca, yeah, why don't you come down to our little tea party that we're having? And it was just, it's so cringe. You're not Spider-Man. You're not going to get these like little quips off. And I said this last night, you're better on Twitter with the jokes than you are on actual promos, whether it be your Irish accent or just the way you deliver it. It just is not working. Becky needs a new character.
Yeah,
I think I'm so sad.
So that wasn't good. And then the fact that all these women kept coming out that you didn't give a shit about. So, like, that was just, like, torturous. It was like another person comes. Who cares? Like, I hope you all... You know what I mean? Like, just go down on the Titanic together. Like, I don't like this at all. And yeah, D. Welsh.
I like Tiffany.
Well, yeah, people. I like her in the ring, kinda. I guess.
I like her in the ring. I like her character. It seems to like, oh yeah, it's nothing new. It's a bratty type princess person. But she, I don't know. Like when she's backstage, she seems more natural than some of the women who've been around for years. Like Bianca is so unnatural. Everything is, well, you may be Little Miss Bobby Princess over here, but I am the EST, and I have been the EST. Enough.
She sounds
these generic.
She sounds like fucking Kamala Harris, man. Same.
Oh
You know what it
yeah,
is?
it's so annoying.
Oh.
Oh my god, she sounds like
They
her.
talk. They
Yo, I don't
talk
know if
like
you guys saw it.
superheroes.
I don't know if you guys spoke about this too, but Raquel wasn't supposed to be the sixth person in the Elimination Chamber. Apparently, it was supposed to be Jade. But then some idiot on the WWE.com leaked the photo early, and that it showed Jade in the Elimination Chamber, so they had to switch up everything.
What?
Oh.
That's like so dumb. Like, who cares if it got leaked or not? You already put her in the Rumble and shit. So who cares? Like,
Right?
she's already been in the
We want
Rumble.
Jade.
And now listen, I could see Raquel getting a spot because they want to get her back going after she suffered this big skin like situation that she had and whatever. It was like torturous. So I get they want to give her a spot, but and maybe someone will get taken out and their place taken. I don't know. Or maybe Jade don't want to go to Australia. I don't know. But like, boy, are they really just slow starting Jade. It's so slow. Like, what? I just hope that after WrestleMania, you know, Jade comes out on Monday Night Raw or something, or SmackDown, whatever it is, and just goes to town on people. Because what are they waiting for? Why do we have Jade in the back, like, drawing cartoons or whatever she's doing with why is she just hanging on the back like, oh, yeah, we're in a meeting together about this? It's like, what the fuck are you doing with her? Imagine China. Imagine WWE debuting China back in the day. But she's always in the back meeting with like Vince and stuff before. It's like, no, bro, keep the mystique of this person. What is this? I don't get it.
And it's weird because, you know, she's a star and all, but why is she so important? You know what I mean? Like, I get it. She has that look. She has that sort of presence, but she's also kind of done nothing. And she's so important that, like, she's always in the back having meetings and stuff like that. Like, they're treating her as if she's like a female Undertaker or something. She's not a nobody, but she's like a novice, you know? I don't know. This is the point where you have her have like matches, squash matches. But you know, oh well, she's green, and then what's the point of me even getting invested in her? You know, like, oh, so she can have a one match a fucking year against, you know, a one fucking specialty Rumble a fucking month or whatever. Like, I don't really care.
So my question is,
have her go out there and have a fucking 2-minute match with a jobber next week. That'd be great.
Yeah.
So my question is, though, who wins that Elimination Chamber match with the girls that faces Rhea at WrestleMania?
Becky.
You think? I honestly think it's going to be Bianca only because she was on the WWE kickoff in Las Vegas, and I thought that was kind of odd.
It could be. I just see them doing Becky because I don't know why you would even build up a Becky, and like that's the thing they've been building up for a while now. And Bianca and Rhea, although they are the two cover stars, I'm not really that interested in seeing story with them right now. I think it'd be a match in the future, and it would be a good match at WrestleMania, but the build-up has clearly been for Rhea and Becky. So
Yeah, and
I
honestly,
think that would be the smarter thing to do.
I don't see Battle Cal beating Rhea at all in Australia. So
nobody does. If that happens, if Nia Jax beats Rhea Ripley, that will definitely spark a lot of outrage. And The Rock's daughter will not be happy because she'll be getting more messages. I saw your fat fucking cousin. Your cousin's relative. You stupid cunt. I love all the people white knighting and simping with guys. Even though I've never met this person, she apparently got mean messages. This is ruining the Cody story for me. Pussy. Go kill yourself. Like, seriously, I hope you do die. This is ruining. Some guys, some fans just take it too far.
I don't like. I guess I'm not that interested right now. I'd have to see more of this play out because right now they don't have me hooked on anything. The only thing I'm into is what are they doing with Cody, Rock, and Roman? And I thought I'd have an interest in all these other things. and I have no interest in almost anything. Like, I thought going into WrestleMania.
Do you think if Bray Wyatt was still alive, things could have been different in some ways? I don't know.
No, I don't think so. Because
only what ifs.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. I mean, I wish he was alive, so he was alive. But I mean, other than that, I mean, they didn't really, they didn't know what was going on. He had so many ideas, and they had so many ideas. It was all cross-pollinating. I think that Triple H probably would have done the best with him, maybe, because Triple H, it's just right now is one of the better guys at adapting to what people want to do. I feel like, and Vince didn't get it.
What'd you say about?
What?
Sorry. No, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Oh, I was done pretty much.
All right, sorry about that. It sounded like you went blank for a few seconds. That might just be my Discord.
Yeah, you sound like kind of
What
crunchy
was I gonna
tonight.
say? Oh yeah. You know what? If Bray was still alive, I was gonna make this joke, but I couldn't. If Bray was still alive, McDonald's would be in a better financial standpoint. Whatever you were saying about the WWE, I was gonna switch that to McDonald's. It's like, oh, because he's fat.
Oh,
R.I.P. Bray Wyatt. That's terrible.
I still can't believe he's dead. Like, it doesn't even feel like, it's so weird. Like, dude, it's just very strange that, like, I cannot fucking believe Bray Wyatt is dead. What the hell is going on, bro? And also the fact that, Bray Wyatt basically, Triple H, when he had his heart issue, the doctors recommended, oh, you've got this genetic heart thing. Here's a heart, like, here's a defibrillator you need to wear all the time. So Triple H takes it and wears it for like a week leading up to the surgery that he has. But then Bray Wyatt basically has the same situation going on almost, and he's given like this defibrillator thing to wear until they probably would have put one in Bray Wyatt. That's probably what was coming. And it's like, where's all these heart problems coming for everybody? What is going on? Like, is this not from COVID? Like, did COVID not trigger this in all these people?
Vaccines.
Actually did, Joe. I actually seen a report. The WHO, out of all people, just released a report. But it's basically stating that there's studies that have shown about 90 million people having some type of heart murmurs and inflated arteries and shit in their hearts because of the vaccine.
Yeah, I saw that. So we all knew that was going to happen, and now it's like official that, like, oh.
Yeah, man, it's a big shocker. The fucking 500-pound guy who most likely uses steroids like they all do.
No way.
And is an athlete.
I don't think he uses steroids, though.
And is an athlete who takes bumps on a fucking daily basis and travels around. It's really surprising that he'd have medical issues. It must be fucking the Metatubes or it's a part of the fucking Tricell and the fucking COVID vaccine. It's not the fact that he's severely overweight at one point. During his run, too, you could tell he was overweight. It's obviously something to do with the COVID vaccine. I just think it's funny the fucking.
No, I mean there's other people.
Right
there are people. Well, it just makes it worse. Like, if you're big or overweight or your heart has to work hard, you're gonna have a tougher time, obviously. But the study with the WHO and some of the other scientists that are studying this, the big thing is they're saying it is with 2 shots. Like, it significantly increases if you've had 2 shots or more. Thank goodness I only got 1 and I stopped. I knew it. Like, I was like, oh, I'm not doing this anymore. But you're
That's
right.
True, King. That's
I'm out
true,
of shape.
King Elvis. Eddie did die from a heart attack. It might have had something to do with the COVID vaccine.
No, Eddie had to do with all the steroids. He was on a lot of steroids and drugs.
I don't believe it. Vaccine.
Okay.
That was 2005.
Maybe he was
pandemic.
Are you sure? Maybe he snorted Benoit's brain.
No, but he did snort his fucking cum off his cock.
Right. It's a lot of things, man. It's honestly probably just all of this shit added up. Like, and then you're like, in the morning, you're like pounding coffee. I was even thinking about it myself the other day with me. I was trying to run to get somewhere the other day. I was like late to get in somewhere, and so I ran. But it was in the morning, dude, and I'd pounded a coffee to like wake up, and my heart was already like thudding, and I was like, oh my God, bro, I just had a huge caffeine like jitter boost or whatever. And then I ran really hard to get to something, and when I almost felt like I was going to pass out, and I went, oh shit. I was like there is a significant amount of people that die every year. It's a lot of people that die because they are shoveling. Like they die shoveling because they have a heart attack. And it's like, so they're like, if you're going to go out and shovel, like don't drink like a big cup of coffee and then go outside and shovel or whatever, and these sort of things. And I'm like thinking about that, like, oh yeah, I just drank a huge cup of coffee. I just woke up in the morning and now I'm running across this fucking street. And I'm like, I'm going to kill myself. Like, I guess, I should be careful because I'm out of shape. I'm overweight and I'm drinking a thing of coffee and now running. It's like, that's not good. And then we've all been through COVID, so who knows what our bodies are all swollen and fucked up from this weird.
Hey, Joe, you're over 38 now, right?
Yeah, I'm 39, so I'll be 40.
There you go, bro. You outlived Eddie Guerrero.
Yeah, well, you know what though?
Yeah.
I'll tell you, no drugs, no steroids, nothing.
Go fuck yourself, Eddie.
Oh, come on.
Dead piece of shit.
What the hell?
Oh, chill, bro.
I mean, that's what we're saying here, right?
Well,
Joe 1, Eddie 0.
Right. I beat him. I just got to make it another 10 years to beat my father.
I think you'll get there, Joe.
Because imagine like how weird. Imagine how shitty it'd be if I died before my dad. My dad had diabetes, all these problems, was born with it, born with all these problems, and he made it to 48. So can you imagine if somehow I died before 48? I don't even have any problems. You know what I mean? And my dad outlived me. That'd be crazy. So I got to make it to my dad's. I got to make it another 8 years. And that will put all my kids at at least 18 years old. So
The COVID shot, Ghost says the COVID shot killed Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, I think that's actually what it was in the hanging.
Yeah, he died in the cell because of the COVID shot, and then they were like, oh no, like what do we do? So they hung him up and tied something around him and hung him up. Like we found him like this.
Like this is even more so than us murdering him. He
yeah,
died
like
from
this.
the COVID shot.
No, because no one's gonna believe this. We've got no one to protect us because no one ordered us to kill him. Like if that happened, we'd have some kind of protection. Like we don't know what to do with this.
Shit bum.
Paul Roma beat Bret Hart in 1987. Dork, you fucked your fee.
Mr. Pico Boulevard, thanks for the $2. Paul Roma beat Bret Hart. That's sick.
Did he say you fucked your fee? Or what?
Oh, he said Dork Night, you F trophy, you fuck trophy. That's what he said.
Oh, that sounded weird. Yeah, that's really disturbing to refer to your kids as that. I think we should all just acknowledge that what Dork Knight says we do not agree with, and personally, I think he's a monster.
Oh wow, guys,
Okay.
they're finally gonna do something with the Good Brothers. They got sent back down to NXT.
Oh, they'll be the good the de-leveled brothers, the demoted brothers.
They should be the not good brothers.
I wrote this on
'Cause they
Twitter
suck.
earlier. Luke, what do you think about this? I wrote this on Twitter earlier and I tweeted this. I wrote, and I hate to say it, but I mean, I wrote Triple H. Triple H makes stars of regular guys who are marks for themselves with little direction. Vince downgrades them. Tony Khan has no idea what to do, and neither do they. HBK gives everyone a trophy and hopes for the best. Triple H is God. That's what I wrote. What do you think about that?
Not far off.
Not far off. Although I think HBK has some good qualities about his booking. It's also kind of true what you said.
Yeah,
he's this.
I feel like HBK is just happy to be there. Like, yeah, I love everyone. Everyone's so good. I love them all, and here we go. You know, like.
Well, with HBK, it's a clear like, oh God, I was such a terrible person. Maybe if I'm Maybe if I'm just a good fatherly figure to all these young kids, they'll like me and they'll just forget that I like made Sable eat shits or whatever the fuck he used to do. It's fucking yeah, like it's. I used to piss in Sonny's eyes. Hopefully, people will forget about that if I make this feel good moment with the women where I'm like taking a picture with them.
Well, the amount of guilt of
Sean.
well, the amount of guilt from Shawn Michaels that's in his head. You know, he's trying to live. You know how like old people when they're like, you know, your grandparents are like 60, 70 or whatever, they get crazy like and you're like, this is not the people that raised me. Like they were nuts and now they're all sweet or whatever. Shawn Michaels began doing that at like maybe 48 years old because he was like, oh my God, I got to get into heaven.
No. I think he did. I think he started on what was it? In his 30s. Honestly, I don't know about the whole like religion stuff. You know, whatever. I do think, however, he probably did feel like so much remorse about it because like I don't think even if you want to say that the religion is just a front or whatever, I think it did come from a clear like sign of holy shit, what an awful fucking person I've been. I gotta change it quick. I can't let people. I can't just be Hogan because Hogan never had a redemption. He's been a piece of shit. HBK, at least like there's some sort of like, oh yeah, at some point, you know, he was that piece of shit, but then he started believing in God. Now all of a sudden he's a great dude.
But yeah, it's there's just certain people that are made for certain people, I guess. And Triple H does a good job with a lot of people, and Tony Khan is not done very good with.
Triple H is a better leader. Like Triple H is a guy that you could see people like CM Punk, people like Randy Orton, people like Cody Rhodes turning to for advice or turning to like actually as a boss.
Or even if they don't
Khan,
necessarily like what he's doing, they'll do it anyway for him. Like, fine, that's what you want to fucking do, Triple H. Fuck it, all right, and then you go out and do it. Where with Tony Khan, it's like you assault him backstage.
Well, his approach is Triple H's approach is, well, you know, if you don't like the way that's happening, well, I mean, unfortunately, that's how we're going to be doing things. If you've got a problem with it, I understand. But, I mean, that's the way things are going to go. So, like, that's just no nonsense. He talks to you like your boss. He does.
Right.
But he's not like a fucking, you know, Vince McMahon where I don't like that. I'm doing that. You know, he seems to listen to what you have to say. And he'll even do sometimes what you ask him to do, but he's also like, this is the goal, this is the story. We're not fucking doing some real glass bullshit. Like if Triple H was AEW, half that shit, maybe none of that shit would have ever escalated to the point of anybody getting fired. Besides the kid who wanted to use real glass,
you'd have to be a real. You have to be a real piece of shit for it to not work out. Ghost from the Coast makes a great point. This has been very strange of CM Punk. I don't know what this means. I think it's because CM Punk drifts to weak people because he himself is a controller type of white knight, controlling, weird type of guy. So Ghost from the Coast says, do you think Sean told CM Punk, hey, go work out and build muscles, leave the female talent alone, you weird fucko? Because, yeah, like CM Punk, all CM Punk has been doing is taking photos and hugging sweaty with these other female wrestlers in NXT. Very weird. Like, if I was AJ Lee, I'd be like, what the fuck is going on?
Well, CM Punk ain't a man, bro. His balls don't work. Because how long he's been with AJ now? Like 8 years. He still hasn't got her pregnant. His balls don't work, man.
They don't want a kid because they hate kids. They're hardcore left-wing people. They probably get cats and hate kids.
No, they have a dog. He thinks of his dog as his son. Which
Right.
I mean, I don't think he hates kids. I just think they're the type of people who. I think people assume they hate kids because they don't have any. I don't think they really hate kids. It's sometimes people just don't want kids, you know. But I wouldn't be surprised if it was some sort of like fucking liberal douchiness of, ew, kids, gross. Fucking my dog is my child. It's way more better behaved.
Well, it's one of those things when you love yourself so much, you don't want to have to take time out to have to deal with somebody else. By the way, I just want to, speaking of kids, my daughter, came down here crying during the show earlier, and I was like, "What the hell's going on?" And that's why I was gone for like 5 minutes. She did that stupid friggin' Kylie Jenner thing with her lips, and freaked herself out. I was like, why would you do that? I'm like, why did you do? I told you. The kids, they like suck. You know, you suck on a cup and you make your lips all puffy.
That's crazy.
It's a stupid thing that would.
It's all these fucking trans bro that are destroying these kids, man.
But so her friend dared her to do it, so she came down here freaking out. But I've already intercepted this situation. I've already said, like, don't do any of these stupid challenge things. Don't do that. You'll hurt you could damage your face and things like that for good. So like, but still, she comes down here. And I'm like,
I'm telling you right now, if my kid does something like that, I mean, I'm just gonna kill him and then start over again. You know, what I mean?
Start over again.
No, dude, Benoit. That's what he did. He made the mistake of, I gotta end it all. I mean, no, just start over again. You know.
Well, is it? I told her to put. I'm like, put ice on it. And it will, they're gonna come back down. I don't think you did it that badly. They are all her face was all puffy and stuff, and I was like, "Oh my God, sweetie, like, what are you doing?" And so I yelled at her, and I was
it's whatever.
But it'll come. It'll go back to normal. It's gonna be fine. So I sent her this picture though, just to make her feel better. I sent her a picture. I said, "Hey, look, I did it too." So there you go.
That's
everybody.
just you sucking cock.
So look, I did it too to be just like her. But I told her, I was like, I'm gonna fucking beat the shit out of your friends. Like, don't dare you to do this. Oh yeah, well dare them to like I dare them to. Pocket. How about that? But yeah, it's like it wasn't, and it's not even.
Don't bring that up to the parents.
Yeah,
I dared their to shove their dicks in
like here's
choppy the pee-pee.
Electrocute what Kai and Tai challenge. Where you try to cut without cutting it off. Like
Brenna's dad told us to put our cocks.
Oh my God!
You're like hauled out of the fucking house. And then they have that picture of you doing the stuff with your lips. Like, oh, clearly he's crazed. No, I see people being like, kids nowadays are fucked because of social media. It's just a dumb trend. Kids did stupid trends 10 years ago, 15, 20 years ago. They're not going to be ruined from it. Overreactors.
Yeah.
You know what they'll be ruined from? You know what they'll be ruined from? You constantly bringing up how horrible everything is to them. Everything, dude, social media is fucking. It's just going to make them want to do it more. But the more you tell people this is the social media and the trends or whatever, so terrible and damning, they're going to just be like, well, I want to do it more now to prove you wrong. So,
yeah, you'll push. It's better to kind of just smarten them up a little bit and get involved in it with them. Like, it'd just be better to do that, I think. Like, just get, not like the shitty trends, but, By the way, Twitter is filled with unbelievable stuff. Like, it's crazy what I see on Twitter this past week. People getting assaulted and let out. Criminals are running wild, and all the states and people wondering what's going on. The vaccine really does destroy your life. Like, I mean, just like insane stuff everywhere. It's like the doom and gloom is unbelievable. But it's like, bro, they want the National Guard to go to Brockton High School in Massachusetts because like the kids are going like out of control, like Gangster's Paradise type of shit, and then teachers are striking in Newton, Mass. Like, it's just crazy. The whole world's losing its goddamn mind, but at least there's wrestling. Oh, we lost Luke. I don't know what happened to Luke, but yeah, his connection didn't sound very good. So I'm sure he'll either be back or he'll say something in the chat.
I will watch Chamber at 1030 p.m. NCT. I love Luke.
Oh, okay. Randy Viper loves Luke. Yeah, I mean, I'll probably watch it later too because, to be honest, I'm gonna be at work, so I won't even be able to do Elimination Chamber. I'll be at work. Maybe I'll tweet or maybe I'll make a quick. I don't know. I mean, it sucks.
Wow, I mean. Well, you just wait until monetize this, and we'll just review it.
I guess that's the move, yeah, because that will be early on, and and I'll have to be there.
Yeah, we'll just do. Well, because none of us is going to be able to review it. I have to go to work in the morning. You have to go to work in the morning. So we will just review the show when we normally do monetize this. And we'll go through the show and all the stuff that happened. And we'll pretend like we just saw it, you know?
Yeah.
And some of us will watch it for you.
There you go.
Well, I mean, and Joe will probably just be seeing it for the first time because I don't think he's going to wake up at fucking 5 o'clock to watch it.
No, but
me.
Honestly, I'm going to be up. Well, I'll be up at 6 going to work on Saturday. So I'll be driving.
Just watch the show. By the time you get home, you'll be able to watch the show. It's only 4 matches on it, so it's not like it's going to be this whole fucking 7.
What the problem is with that is that normally on Saturday, I get home from work around 4 to 5 to 6, something like that. And I go to
masturbate for 7 hours.
That would be nice. I like that.
Super chat.
But I go to bed for an hour or 2.
If Cody wins, who's first in line to challenge him?
It would probably, it could be Seth. It could be Drew McIntyre. It could be a lot of people. I mean, there's so many people lined up, but I'm starting to really think that they're going to pull a Rock turns face, Seth turns heel, and Cody doesn't finish the story. I mean,
I don't see Cody not finishing the story at WrestleMania because I don't understand what's the point of getting people invested in a rematch just to take it away from them again.
Well,
like this is no. Let me just say this: like it's different with last year of like let's hype him up so he can get his match with Roman, and then he loses. Okay, well then we'll build to the rematch. To build to a rematch and then just have him lose again from a screwy finish, or anyway, to just
but also to bump the Rock.
You're
gonna bump the Rock and then he doesn't win. Like what the hell?
Yeah, that's what doesn't make any sense to me. Like Rollins being involved is really the curveball in this whole thing, and it's a curveball that I don't really appreciate because I just want to be, oh my god, we're getting Cody and Roman and the Rock somehow involved. And now I got to also be like, oh, and Seth's there.
That's why I said if it should have been anyone involved, it should have been Randy Orton. It made the most sense. It's retarded. Or it should have been Cody and Roman.
I don't think Randy Orton's going to be doing anything big for
a
while.
I don't either. It sucks. You could have built Orton in there so well.
I think at WrestleMania, he's probably not even going to have that important of a match either, which sucks. I mean, it would have been cool. Yeah, it would have been cool if he's the one who actually helps Cody win because of all the fucking backstory they have.
I would rather see Rock and Randy Orton, if anything, because number one, they're both huge names. And if you're a casual and you hear The Rock and Randy Orton having a match at Mania, you're gonna fucking watch. You're gonna watch that. I would bring in even casuals to watch because everyone knows who The Rock and Randy Orton is.
They know the names. They know the names, but Roman or rather Rock and Randy have they don't have anything going with them. You know,
here's the thing, right? Randy Orton, number one, has beef with the Bloodline. Number two, The Rock has beef with Triple H. Evolution. Triple H can't wrestle. He could have Randy Orton wrestle for him. Randy Orton is friends with Cody Rhodes. He has to finish a story against the Bloodline. You could make it work. It could have made it work so well. I don't know, man. Seth Rollins, bro's already got a match. It's just retarded.
Yeah, that's the thing that's weird too. It's where we're setting up for a potential tag match that most likely won't even be happening at WrestleMania. We don't even know if Seth is even confirmed to have a match because he says, "Oh yeah, I'm gonna wrestle."
We don't know if he can wrestle yet. That's up in the air still. He's rehabbing. We don't know if he's gonna be able to wrestle.
I mean, they're announcing it that whoever wins at the Elimination Chamber is facing Seth. So, I mean, we'll find out.
I literally think whoever faces Seth at WrestleMania is going to win the title from Seth just so he could go and heal up.
I think Cody Rhodes should tell Seth Rollins that Elimination Chamber he doesn't need his help. He doesn't need his help. Just tell him you don't need his help and get Seth out the picture, please. It's too convoluted.
Seth's gonna be involved. And
it's just stupid. It makes no sense.
Well, I think them doing a swerve at this point wouldn't be a swerve because so many people are seeing it coming. So that's why I'm not thinking it's going to be Seth turning heel or Roman, or rather Rock turning heel. or face rather, because it's like everybody has already called that from like the get-go. Everybody has said, oh yeah, this is Roman or rather this is The Rock and Cody working together to mess with Roman, or Seth is going to turn on Cody because he's jealous the fuff. But I don't see what they gained from turning Seth heel. I mean, he's a pretty over baby face. He sells enough in merch, and what? So we can get a fucking Cody and Seth feud that nobody and their mother would fucking give a shit about. We've seen the match 3 times already. We don't need to see it again. You don't need to fucking ruin your main event WrestleMania for some pointless shock and awe. Like, I can't believe someone turned. I'm not interested in that. You know what? I think fucking Ronald McDonald should show up at WrestleMania and just kill everybody in the ring.
Oh my God, yeah. Ronald McDonald. That's you know what? When depending on the type of weapon, that's an angle I haven't heard yet, and I appreciate hearing that. But I got a couple announcements here. Breaking news. Just came from Tony Khan. Tomorrow on TBS, AEW Dynamite, AEW World Champion Samoa Joe, Swerve Strickland, and Brian Cage versus Hangman, Hook, and the real RVD. That's right, RVD. So there's going to be a 6-man tag, I guess, or tomorrow. So that's the main event. It looks to be tomorrow is Samoa Joe, Swerve, and Brian Cage versus Hook, RVD, and Hangman. Good guys, bad guys. Main event. Plus, Deonna Purrazzo will be there, I guess. Also, AEW Women's Champion Timeless Toni Storm. Then we got Jon Moxley and Claudio versus FTR in some tag match. So there you go. I mean, is that like, are those some matches that are nice that you want to see? Yeah. But, I mean, we really need some, AEW and WWE both need to, you talk about shock factors out the window, they need to get some shock factor on the shows, like both shows. They really do. Because these just, this match happens, that match happens, blah, that's it, like, is not doing well. It's not working. You got to add some crazy. Like, we got to, and by the way, I think we all agree with this. We got to see Rikishi attempt to run down, Cody Rhodes at some point.
And then he just falls flat on his face.
Yeah, I would love, dude, Cody Rhodes walking away with a bag over his shoulder, and then someone being like, Cody, look out! And then Cody looks, and you hear, Arr! And then Cody dives out of the way and misses a car, and a car crashes into a wall, and Cody's like, oh my God, like, what the hell was that? And then he gets out of the car, it's Rikishi, and then he runs away. That would just be, it's got to be done. I'm telling you.
Dude, I mean, this is, and again, that would have been, like, you talked about the whole masked men thing a few weeks ago.
Mm-hmm.
Like, wouldn't that have been way more interesting to have the masked men angle where they all come out and start, like, messing with Cody Rhodes and, like, who are these guys? And that's why he loses, instead of just having another bloodline interference.
Right.
It's the same shit. Now it would have been cool if there was, like, masked men or just a bunch of random goons, because it's like, oh, well, The Rock, I mean, this is how big his influence goes. He's got so many people under his employment. We don't even know who these guys are. Well, I mean, it could be anybody.
And honestly, originally it would have been nice too if you used the masked men to attack the GMs of Raw and SmackDown. That's what I wanted. Or, because they're like, you guys are screwing this. Because they work for Triple H, so they're mad at Triple H for this. And what could have worked too is you could have arrested the masked men the other night. And they could have been arrested so that tonight there'll be no interference in the match. And so you're like, oh, crap, they arrested these guys for trespassing, and they've got them all handcuffed in the masks, and they're going to jail. And but then the bloodline still interferes. So that's like, you got options to do things, little things that don't have to be a big story about who the masked men are for months. That doesn't have to happen. But just little things that go week to week or 2 weeks or whatever, just to be in there on top of the long-term story stuff that's going on. Because the long-term story stuff, because it's like the only thing going on, everybody obsesses over it every week, and it gets a little old thinking about it over and over again, where I feel like there's these little things that need to be shifted in there for the night only or for the couple weeks only to keep people on their toes a little bit about what's going on. And they're just missing it. If Raw's a 5 out of 10 or a 6 out of 10 or whatever, they're missing hitting that 7 or 8 or 6 or whatever. And they could.
Yeah, you need
hit
you need a more prominent mid card. Like the mid card has made huge improvements from where it was at like 3-4 years ago. But I mean, there's still a lot of it that needs to be fixed. They've done a good job making the United States and Intercontinental Championships feel like championships that are actually worth fighting for. They've done a good job building like main babyface, mid-carders and main heeled mid-carders. But what they've failed to do is make an interesting undercard, mid-card storylines for like everything. Like you said, just a random thing. And that's the stuff that you'd see a lot in the Attitude Era, like just randomly like, oh yeah, well, we're done with this segment with the main event because now we're cutting to the backstage poker game with the fucking just the shit that's going on there.
Yeah.
And then you cut to
and here's the thing, it's a 3-hour show now. They used to do that when it was a 2-hour show. They had all these cutaways and things going on. Now there's less of that than ever, yet it's a 3-hour show.
There's none of it.
Right.
Because they're trying to focus on the wrestling because people I guess that's what a majority of the fan base is more wrestling, and I like wrestling too, but at the same time I never really watched the week-to-week shows purely for the wrestling. I mean, I watch the pay-per-views for that. That's what the pay-per-views are where
but WWE the problem is WWE wrestling is still a little bit cookie cutter. There's still a little bit of a like AEW feels like it has a little bit of a like WWE still feels like it has a bit of a glass ceiling, and that there's a lot more entertainment factor than anything. So that's fine. AEW, though, feels like they can go off the rails a little bit, and there's a ceiling that isn't there in AEW, which is good. But in WWE, in order to counteract the fact that there's a bit of a traditional style and a little bit of a cookie cutter and a little bit of a glass ceiling on some of the wrestling, they need to do these entertainment segments and some of these backstage segments, and they're doing it where R-Truth is the only one doing it, really.
Like, dude, honest to God, go ahead, Luke.
No, you go ahead, Mustafa. You just joined.
No. I'm sorry. I was just trying to like get this out of my head. Where it's just like, dude, the fact is we have like very few characters that are so compelling that it's beyond just what they do in the ring, i.e., a Tony Storm. Or like a Samoa Joe, who's like a veteran, but he's been around, but yet everybody respects Samoa Joe because of what he's done and what he can bring to the table. But unfortunately, we got all these guys that, all right, in the past 4 or 5 years have been in AEW, but the issue is some of them have not gone to the next level within the last, since the inception of when AEW started. And there's no disrespect to them as athletes. There's no disrespect to them as trying to entertain us. But the issue is they're not larger than life, or they're not trying to be larger than life because it's like basically, as you said, Joe, there's not necessarily a glass ceiling, but it's almost as if nobody wants to take advice to go to the next level, especially when it comes from a veteran. That's another reason why CM Punk brought that up in the press scrum, where it's just like somebody said, when Hangman Adam Page says, I don't need to take advice. Like, are you kidding me? No wonder you guys are still the number 2.
Yeah, Hangman, all that stuff with the advice stuff is a little bit ridiculous. You know what I mean? Even if in your head you think you're I get it. You're running your own deal, and some of these guys are hotheads and they're all about themselves. And imagine Shawn Michaels back in the day, someone being like, think about back in the day, Shawn Michaels, somebody being like, hey man, I got come to me with advice that you might have. Shawn Michaels like, fuck you. Did you ever watch WrestleMania 12, bro? WrestleMania 12 when and you got to watch it. I know that some people know a little bit. I watched it for the first time the other day again, and I always knew about the part where Shawn kind of said, get the F out of the ring. Get the fuck out of the ring to Bret Hart, but what I didn't know this until I watched it yesterday. He's telling Earl Hebner this cuz Earl Hebner is trying to present the belt to Shawn Michaels, and Shawn won't take the belt. because Sean
he wants to be alone in the ring,
right,
which was already beforehand, which we later found out through a documentary that Brett and Sean talked about it, basically saying, Brett's gonna walk out all mad and this and that, and that's gonna set up a future program. But unfortunately, everything just went to shit after that because everything just became a shoot after that, especially when Sean took everything very personally, especially when the houses were down.
What I didn't notice was Jose Lothario. He was trying to come in the ring too. And Earl Hebner had to go over to Jose and say something to him, and then Jose turned around and left the ring instead of coming in the ring. He was about to come in the ring, and then he didn't. He turned around and left, and that was Sean was like telling them, get them the fuck out of the ring, like so I can celebrate my title in the ring by myself. And Brett kind of gives this look like, are you serious, man? Like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
And it's just crazy. So imagine trying to tell Shawn Michaels back in the day.
You know what? No, I agree. And it is a dick thing from Sean, but you have to understand the perspective from these fucking wrestlers. It is, especially back then.
But also Sean was 10, 12 years, sorry to cut you off, but Sean was 7 years into being in the WWF at the time.
Yeah, so but back then, that type of shady shit where it's like any type of stealing heat was not appreciated at all and would happen a lot. Just look at the pay-per-view where fucking Macho Man won the title in WCW. He won the title in a battle royal.
Oh, I remember.
Hogan was technically never eliminated, and Hogan, like as Macho Man is celebrating, Hogan the entire time is like, "I wasn't eliminated." He's yelling at the fucking referee, and you can just see on Macho Man's face. It's like every fucking time I win a title, this motherfucker is in the ring with me.
And here's the best part, dude. And Luke, you were talking about Shawn Michaels for a second. Dude, this is the same guy that in the same documentary with him and Brett goes, well, you know what I mean? A lot of the, the older talent, and it's justifiable to an extent, but guys like Hogan and Warrior and people were trying to give him advice saying, hey, don't do this, don't do that. They were just jealous of the fact that Tom was just that good and he was going against the grain, just like those guys went against the grain when it came to pantomime, right? Them posing for the crowd. And probably they were being told by certain veterans, don't do this, don't do that. So honest to God, it's like take the good advice from the bad and understand the difference, because guess what? You're the master of your own destiny, whether you're going to be successful or not.
Well, that's why it's so different from where Hangman is coming from, where he's like, I don't take advice, because it's like from guys who clearly are not going to get in the ring again. Like Mark Henry does not want to fucking wrestle again, or at least at your level anymore. So I think it's safe to take his advice. He's not feeding you some bullshit like Hogan was. Like, yeah, brother, I mean, I wouldn't do it that way, man. I mean, that might, just because you're getting over now. Like, it's nothing like that. It's like people actually offering advice. And this guy is so smug to be like, yeah, I think I've learned enough, buddy. Dude, I went to wrestling school too.
Brett is actually still selling in the ring on the ground when Earl Hebner comes up to Brett's lifeless body, because he's still selling the super kick and losing. And Earl Hebner actually goes to hand the belt to Shawn Michaels, and then Shawn yells at Hebner. Then Hebner goes back to Brett, stands over Brett, and basically it seems
to get out of the ring.
And then says, "Brett, you got to get out of the ring, man." And so Brett pulls his head up like, "What the fuck?" Like, look, you can see it. It's just so funny. Like Brett's like, "What?" And the ref's like, "Yeah, get out of the ring, Brett. Get out of the ring. Like Shawn wants you out of the ring.
Go back to the hotel. Get room service."
That's so funny, man. Like, and then you go, okay, I told him that. And then he goes to bring the belt to Shawn, and then he leans over again because Shawn wants to tell him something else again. And Shawn says, get him, I don't want the belt until he's out of the ring, and get Jose out of the ring too. Because then Jose comes walking around the ring, and then Earl's like, no, Jose, you got to get out of here. And
it makes sense. It makes sense, but at the same time, it's so weird. Like you just won the world title for the first time in your career. You think that yeah, I want this to be perfect, but you think at the same time you'd be like, okay, whatever. Like you'd be in a more chipper mood.
Well, I always wonder. I wondered this as a kid, to be honest, because they'd started to build up the story with Jose Lothario and Shawn Michaels, that this is the guy who trained him, his manager, all these things. So when I was a kid, even I thought it was weird that like Jose wasn't in the ring, like hugging him, and they were like celebrating with the belt or whatever.
They did it later. There's some footage actually of
Yes.
Sean going towards like the entrance, and Jose is right there, clapping his hands, doing all that stuff. And funny enough, what a lot of people don't remember that much is after Sean gets out of the ring, who are the first people he goes to shake hands and all that stuff? The Hart family. So he
Right.
doesn't do that to Bret, but he'll put over Stu.
Well, that also in Bret Hart. I mean, Bret Hart's kid is there, and Bret Hart's kid's singing Sean's theme. So I mean, it's kind of
Well, yeah, that was his number one fan. I mean, out of all the people in the Hart family, I believe his name was Blade.
Yeah,
that was his number one fan in the Hart fam.
Yeah, I mean, it'd be weird. Imagine
My
like
son,
imagine
my
like
son
it's like
likes
my
the
kid.
boy toy.
Yeah, it's like my kid is like, I love my dad's show. I watch it now. I'm 15. I really like Luke. My dad's an idiot though. You know.
No, it's even worse. I love JD from New York.
Oh yeah, right, yeah. I like watching his wrestling reviews. Not my dad's though.
Bitter enemies.
My dad's
I'm
no
going to
good.
Manhattan, Madison Square Garden, and I'm going to take on the rattlesnake, and I'm going to stretch him.
Well, you know, in
Dad,
front of my
you heard
damn
this
son.
awesome-
You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to sodomize the boy toy in front of my damn son and in front of Stu Hart, my father, my mother, and I'm going to put him in the sharpshooter because I'm the best there is, the best there was, and I just bought a flaccid penis. All right, Brett.
Come on, Brett,
come
calm
on,
down.
Brett.
Don't say that.
That's terrible.
Brett,
I'm
what are you
sorry.
doing? Calm down, Brett. I've got great ideas.
Dad, I love this guy, Bruce Blitz. You ever heard of him?
He's dead.
He's gone.
Just Alex, my favorite.
Oh boy, that guy will make you.
Hey, Bruce Blitz's rants back in 2014.
Who else do we want to plug? But let's I played all the donations, so that's it, man. So I mean, we're out of money, so let's end the show. Hey,
Why
Triple
not?
M.
Why not?
Triple M dropped a big turkeys dono, but thank you, Triple M. Actually, there's a lot of people.
Oh, you know what I was gonna bring up.
Yes.
So I don't know if you guys have heard about this insanely, critically acclaimed movie that just came out, Madam Web.
Oh God, don't get me started.
It was
Please don't.
terrible.
I had the chance to watch the first 20 to 30 minutes, and I had to shut it off because it was so bad.
How much of a bong hit did you have to take before, thinking about, you know what, maybe this might be it. I had a good run.
You know what? Not enough, because literally the opening 2 to 3 seconds of the movie, immediately my brain was like,
I've been going to wrestling shows for over 30
something's not
years.
right.
Never in all that time have I ever felt until last Sunday that my security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
You know what's right,
Christ,
Tony?
Mustafa, are you sure you are half black? The way you talk so eloquently makes me believe a full white librarian.
No.
Read me a novel. The only two out-of-the-box characters in WWE are Truth and La Knight. Yeah. Speaking of box, AJ Adams,
I'll put
AJ Adams,
I'll
I
put
want
you
to throw you in a box.
Okay.
He said,
Now,
I
can
will
answer
put you in a
this, Joe?
cage. That's what he said. Speaking of AJ Adams, I'll put you in a cage.
AJ Adams.
First of all,
You're like
Eddie Poirier's birthday was just yesterday.
Who?
And he was very eloquently as he spoke. He's a black man.
Who?
And if he had a problem with you, he would tell you straight up, screw you.
Whose birthday?
She's gonna cry.
Sidney Poitier,
Oh, oh yeah, okay.
the actor. Yeah.
Jesse Smollett.
Stephane Soufflé.
That's a different guy.
Jesse Smollett.
Yeah, Gabagoo.
Sandwiches? At 1 in the
Sandwiches, yeah.
morning.
Why not? Dude, I would settle for a breakfast sandwich right now from Wawa. I'm not going to lie.
Oh yeah.
I'm
hungry.
making fun of the Chappelle line where he's like saying, "Oh yeah, so wait, you were going to Subway?
Oh,
Sandwiches?
yeah, right. Yeah, I remember.
At 1 in the morning."
At 1 in the morning, bruh.
But I want to get back to Madam Web, because this movie. So yeah, the first 2 seconds of this movie, you could just tell something's not right. Like something's off. Like it's shot like an SNL skit, or like it's shot like like an action comedy movie.
Ugh.
Lots of constant zoom-ins randomly, like it's The Office, and the dialogue, especially from the main villain, is so bad. and is clearly ADR'd for a lot of it, especially for that guy, because I don't know if he speaks English. But there is a line in the movie where this NSA agent, and I'm going to spoil it because nobody gives a shit about the movie, but she's like sleeping in bed, and he wakes up or whatever, and they're like talking, and he's like, he reveals to her that he knows she's undercover, and then he kills her, but before she dies, he goes, "It's better that it ends this way. You would never want to wake up knowing that today was the day that you were going to die." And it's so, like, when he said this, it was terribly delivered, and I laughed for a good minute straight. I couldn't stop laughing because it's the worst line of dialogue I've ever heard. And then the next scene, I heard 2 or 3 more worst dialogues I've ever heard.
You want to know why it sucks, Luke?
I mean, because it's written by the same guy who wrote Morbius.
There you go. Have you seen this guy's fucking picture?
Oh, Jesus Christ!
This guy sucks dick in hell. Okay, bro.
He wrote Morbius, and he wrote, what was it, not the Frankenstein movie. I think it was like The Legend of Dracula or Dracula Untold or something. Just fucking
this guy,
shit.
Just take a look at this guy. That's all you need to know.
Dude, the line in the trailer that everybody made fun of, was, oh my God, look at this guy's picture. Looks like Jesse.
No, bro, he looks like a Night Stalker. Remember the serial killer from like the 80s, the Night Stalker? That's what he looks like.
It kind of looks like Onision. But the line in the trailer everybody made fun of was, he was in the jungle researching spiders with my like, just every line of dialogue feels so forced and ham-fisted and just, oh yeah, I guess that's a series of words put together in a sentence. But one of the most embarrassing things I saw was that for the promotional advertisement for Madam Web, I guess they rented out or bought like a $2 or $3 million helicopter. Just put Madam Web's jersey on Madam Web.
Luke is on Rastava's connection tonight. We heard about half of that.
I'm sorry. They bought a $3 million helicopter, and apparently they put it at the red carpet event, and it was just like a helicopter, but with Madam Web design all over it. But Madam Web at no point in the movie flies a helicopter.
This guy's, oh my God, Madam Web. It gets a 3.8 on IMDb. Holy shit.
It's made less money than Morbius did.
The Violent Heart gets a 6.1. It doesn't say this guy wrote Morbius, though.
I believe the same guy who wrote Morbius I don't know if it was the director.
This guy's name is Karem Sanga.
Oh, well, maybe I'm thinking of the screenwriter.
Maybe it's a different guy. Yeah, this guy wrote Violent Heart. That got a 6 out of 10. First Girl I Loved. That got a 6 out of 10. This guy has girl problems. Another movie he did, he got 6 out of 10, and then this one's a 3.8. Like, this guy has done really nothing like that, really. So
I mean, the death of superhero movies is here. It's been here for a while, and I'm kind of happy because the more that these pieces of shit flop and fail, the less and less that these companies can make an excuse of, well, it's going to make money regardless. Companies are going to actually be forced to make good products, even if it's only going to be for a little while.
The problem is now all the people coming up are writers who, like we've said, have no life experience. They've gone to woke colleges where they've been brainwashed into have delusions of retardedness, and none of these people know how the real world works. So no one can really write about anything but their own little feelings. And it's like that's all anyone's going to get is these stories about whatever their perspective is. Like, I feel this way, so what if Superman felt this way? I feel this way, so what if Spider-Man felt this way? I feel this way, so what if it was about that in the X-Men? That's what people do. They don't write a story that's like a good story. They just think about, what are my feelings? Well, what if the character did that?
It's not always the case, obviously. There's obviously plenty of talented young writers, but there's also, like you said, the douchey variety. But I mean, a lot of the problems in Hollywood right now is, especially with writing for younger women or younger kids or whatever, is clearly being written by people who are in their 40s or 50s and are middle-aged men and know nothing about what a teenage girl would say. Like, if you've ever watched the fucking the Slender Man movie, that was the biggest example of a guy out of touch with youth, but having to write youthful young characters. And they just anytime a character goes hashtag something in a movie, like hashtag LOL or something like that, as like a sentence, that is the telltale example. Oh, that was written by a 47-year-old man, not an actual like young person at a college who would know what a young person would say. So I kind of disagree with that, Joe, where it's not just the young guys that are to blame. It's also these just fucking out of date fucking writers who I don't understand how you can make a movie like Morbius and it flops and then you give that guy the movie again. You give that guy a job. It doesn't make any sense. And like we keep saying, oh well, Sony's just doing this because they're gonna make money regardless. Well, I mean, they lost money on Morbius. They're probably losing money on Madam Web. So I mean, unless they make another Spider-Man movie that makes $1 billion something fucking dollars like next year, I don't understand what they get out of this. I mean, this might be, by the way, like one of the worst comic book movies to ever come out, ever. That includes like Batman and Robin and fucking Batman v Superman and Daredevil. I mean, literally one of the worst things out there. So bad. But I definitely recommend watching it so you can see how terrible it is.
No, I'm not going to subject myself to torture.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't know. I mean, dude, that fucking Madam Web Madam Web helicopter, it just looks really sick. What a
just saying
imagine.
Madam Web helicopter already puts me in a place of just like, I want to get out of the loony bin, but yet the door's locked. Somebody else has the key and it's gone.
It's an actual thing. They just took a helicopter, they decommissioned it, they put a bunch of fucking Madam Web bullshit all over it, and they're like, yeah, let's put this as a prop at the fucking red carpet.
Yo,
Is Madam Web known for riding a helicopter?
Mustafa.
Mustafa, he's asking for you, bud.
Anybody ever tell you sound just like that guy that gives star ratings to people on wrestling? What's his name?
Dave Meltzer.
Dave Meltzer. You sound just like Dave Meltzer, Mustafa. What the fuck?
Why does everybody say that? He doesn't sound. I don't think he sounds like him.
He sounds just like Dave Meltzer, bro. It's crazy.
I don't think he does. I don't know why.
I don't think he sounds like him at all. I mean, he sometimes maybe similar cadence, but I don't know.
By the way,
Look, I ain't
A
gonna
lot of
lie.
people have said that.
Who
Though.
would want to see a Madam Web movie? I don't understand that. Like, I knew Madam Web from the animated series. That's it. Why would anyone want to see that?
Nobody wanted to see it. That nobody wanted to see a Morbius movie, and in
Why would
reality,
they make it?
They made it because they can keep the fucking license of Spider-Man and his characters. I think, or maybe they needed a write-off. I have no idea.
I'm only gonna see a Spider-Man movie with Tobey Maguire's in it. I don't give a fuck
only
about
gonna see
Tom Holland. He's fucking garbage.
Fuck that. I'm only going to see a Spider-Man movie if Spider-Man is in it. I should make a Madam Web movie without Spider. No, you know what? It's even cringier because they allude to Spider-Man, but they can't fully say it, even though they own the rights to it. It's so stupid. One of the characters in the movie, who's kind of like her best friend character, they're like paramedics, and one of the guys is named Ben. He's Ben Parker, like Uncle Ben. But there's this really weird scene where they're talking, and she's like, "Hey, you seen any girls lately? What's the new one's name?" And then he's like, And she's like, oh, it's actually really serious. But he doesn't say the name of who he's dating. But we're all supposed to, because we know Spider-Man. Oh, it's Aunt May. It's Aunt May. But he never says it. So she's like, oh, so who's the name of the latest girl you're going out with? And he just looks at her and she goes, oh, it's serious. But he never answers her question. So imagine like talking to someone and be like, hey, so who's this girl? What's the name of this girl you're going out with? Oh, wow, it must be really serious. Even though I had no answer. Like, it doesn't make any sense. And then they're at a baby shower, and, like, it's supposed to be the baby shower for Peter Parker. And they go, oh, so what's the kid's name going to be? Well, it's a boy, and his name is going to be, and then it, like, cuts to the next scene or something. Oh, it's going to be Peter. Haha, Spider-Man exists.
That sounds garbage. Like, what has Marvel came to, bro? Like, after Avengers Endgame, it went downhill real quick.
Oh, this isn't even, because this isn't Marvel. This isn't even Marvel. This is Sony Marvel. This is just complete bullshit. So I thought Morbius, honestly, might have been one of the most baffling things I've ever seen. Fucking Madam Web is worse. Morbius is something I can at least sit through, as painful as it is to sit through. Like, I can last through it. Madam Web is a struggle to get through any scene. Like, immediately my eyes are turning away, and I want to just look at anywhere else in the room besides the screen.
Yo, have you
really,
guys
really
done?
bad.
Have you guys done a segment of how we would book Mania? Like, you guys?
I think Joe's probably done something similar.
You
But
guys should do a
like,
segment like that. Like, every pay-per-view, you guys should do like a how we would book it type segment. I feel like Rojas has better ideas than Morpheus or whatever that guy's name is.
Mustafa?
Nah,
Yo, yo, yo.
the guy with the fucking weird looking hair that books Raw, apparently.
What's up?
I don't know who you're talking to. Oh no, I have no clue what you're talking about.
So
But
I was saying earlier that I wish it didn't have to be Cody to be the one to beat Roman. Like, I get it, the story, the Royal Rumble win and all that, and the return, and he's still hot, kind of, because of AEW days and shit. But like, I wish we had somebody else.
I mean, it's nothing to do with AEW now. Most people who were rooting
Of course not. But I'm starting to sense like I wish it wasn't Cody. I wish it was somebody else to be the man to,
Okay, name a guy on the roster and tell us why.
And the only reason why I would say Drew, but the thing is, they fucked up Drew so many fucking times with the skirt and taking off his heel persona in the first place. I feel like when Drew was heel with Dolph Ziggler as his partner back in like 2018, that was the perfect version of Drew McIntyre. Badass, beat up everybody on the roster type heel. The skirt, I don't know if it's the skirt or him getting older.
By the way, it's not a skirt, it's a kilt.
He looks older too in the face, kind of, Drew McIntyre, and like I feel bad because I feel like
that is what happens when you age.
No, yeah, I know.
Well, let me put it to you like this: Drew McIntyre, as great as he is, and by the way, he's gotten better since the past couple of years where he was floundering. So in a lot of ways, he's not really in a bad spot, especially going after the world title. Whether he wins or not, it's irrelevant. The fact that he's getting the main event spot that he wanted back a few years ago when he had no audience, so that's a good thing. And that wouldn't have happened if Punk didn't get injured. So there's that. So I mean, there's other people on the roster that you can use. But ultimately, though, and it comes down to this: who's the most talked about superstar on social media as a babyface, selling hella merchandise, and is practically main eventing all the house shows?
I think Cody just fits the role better as a face of the company than guys like Drew McIntyre, who tried to be the face of the company. And you can say, well, it was the pandemic and this and that. But let's be quite honest with you. He was just not booked as a very good babyface. And that could come down to just booking or come down to him. I think Drew McIntyre has been great, but I saw a lot of people who said Drew was boring back then. I disagreed with it, but at the same time, I couldn't also be like, I didn't love his booking. So I can understand why people would fall out of love with his character because of the booking. but I never blamed Drew for it because I always thought Drew's making the best out of a bad booking decision or a bad situation. They always booked him as if he was like the big brother of the locker room, where he's like, "Let's all get together and have a good laugh." You know, I always saw him like that, where he was the goofy guy, but he's willing to kick some ass. And I don't know. You know what it reminded me of? He reminded me of when Triple H used to be face in like the mid to late 2000s, where it's like he was just this like happy guy, like he was making a bunch of goofy jokes and stuff.
Oh,
But it
that's
never
when
really.
he was going. That's when he was facing Alexander Volkov, whatever his name is, at fucking
Yeah,
SummerSlam.
Kozlov, yeah, like that's what
Kozlov,
Drew's.
yeah.
That's what Drew's face championship run used to like. Reminds me of is fucking like face 2009, 2008 Triple H, where it's like he's always got this like dumb, goofy smile on his face, like, "Hey, come on, guys, like, what are we doing here?" And I don't know. It was not cringe, but it's not my particular favorite version of Triple H, and I can see why people didn't like it. With Cody, I feel like it's so much more natural. He just comes off like, well, one, because everybody knows he's a really stand-up, really good type of person. Yeah, maybe he's got some weird stuff with like, like politics and stuff, but nothing that's like making me think that he's this awful person. He seems to be just really cool with everybody. He's got a lot of respect from all the wrestlers and the fans. He's earned it. Like he's been working from the fucking like I remember growing up, one of the first wrestlers that I saw was Dashing Cody Rhodes, which I loved that gimmick and theme song.
God, that was the best. That was the best.
So, and then like now you see him and he's got this really interesting, like the story, the finish the story is such a cool concept that I know people shit on. Oh, that's all his character is, but it's not. It's such a cool like background concept that they've brought up. Like I just liked when Michael Cole randomly brought up, so is this how, like, in October we're all like focusing on oh, he's won the tag titles, and then he won the tag titles of Jay, and they're having fun, and then Michael Cole is just like, so is this how everybody's going to remember your story, is the guy who came close but can never really do it, just like your dad? And it kind of always adds as this overarching thing of Cody's journey. So it's like I love the whole finish the story thing, and I love the whole like the Dusty stuff, and I love him as a character, and I like his promos, and I like his matches, and I think that all that encompassing stuff together, and all the overall mutual respect that most people have for him, I think that's why he's the guy to beat Roman, because you're not going to get that. There's really no other point of there's not a point of building up another face when you have the face. The face is right there. People want him. Give the people what they want. Pull the trigger. Have Roman lose the title. He doesn't need to hold the belt any longer. You get nothing out of him being champion after WrestleMania. You really don't. You know what you get? You get fed up fans.
Rostafa, what do you know about Jacob Fatu's contract status in that company that he's in with
Free
Matt
agent right
Riddle?
now. As far as the status of where he's going is unknown at the current moment.
So there is a chance of him ever going to the WWE?
At this point, whether he goes to WWE, whether he goes to AEW, whether he goes to New Japan or wherever, it's going to be talked about news because, dude, I just saw a recent video of him. And by the way, his size, for anybody who's never seen him live, dude, he's a huge dude. He does things like, cruiserweights do. Like he did a Frankensteiner that just looked sick. And I'm thinking to myself, well, damn, we already have the Usos. Can you imagine if you got Solo Sikoa and Jacob Fatu as a tag team? That'd be badass.
That's why I brought him up.
Yeah,
That's why I brought him up because I thought maybe they could bring back like a Wild Samoan type version 2 type thing, like with them, like.
Well, again, I mean, they're all brothers, so it would be interesting to see that type of dynamic. I mean, dude, years ago, I really wanted to see, what is called the Gorillas of Destiny, who were in NJPW. They're part of the Bullet Club at the time. They're the Tongan guys. Those are Haku's boys. I wanted to see them in WWE to take on the Usos at the time when they were, doing like the whole the Uso penitentiary type gimmick. And because those guys, if you've never seen those guys work, like a steady match. Go watch them versus the Briscoe brothers. They can work. And in this case with Jacob, he can work single, he can work tag, he can work any type of match you can put in front of him. But again, no, he still needs to pay his dues in front of that crowd in the WWE. Because remember, the WWE audience is not like an indie audience at all.
I don't know. I don't want it to stop, the whole Samoan dynasty thing. I want it to continue and go for another year and whatever. I mean, Cody.
Well,
can
it
be
doesn't.
champion.
It doesn't have to. It doesn't have to stop. I mean, I think that's what people seem to think is if Roman's champion or not champion anymore, all this has to stop. Listen, I like the Samoan dynasty too. I like the bloodline too, but we've focused for 3.5 years primarily on that as the main focal point of the company. It's time for a new star. It's time for a new champion. People are ready for Cody, and to push this back another year, so what? We can play out every single fucking possibility with the bloodline as Roman as champion. We don't need it. People, if you have Jacob Fatu team up with Solo and they help win like 500 Roman matches or whatever, you know what I mean? And they keep helping Roman defend the title. It's just going to be the same shit. It'd just be a Solo 2.0 again. Like who cares? Yeah, another guy who's gonna interrupt the match.
And Samoan Dynasty is not going anywhere. As a matter of fact, it's here to stay because you got Rock on the board of directors. So if he really wanted to truly vouch for somebody to come into the company, he absolutely has carte blanche to do that.
What I could see this leading to Jay Menace, oh my God, I just called Jacob RP Jay Menace. RP, what I can see this leading to is that the bloodline turn on Roman, but still continue. Instead of Rock being a fake heel who's just doing this to lull Roman into a false sense of security, he's a real heel and he gets pissed off because Roman loses. Okay, well, I thought you were the guy. I thought you were the tribal chief, but it turns out you're not. So you're out of the group. And that's when Solo hits fucking Roman with the Samoan spike. And Roman won't even see it coming because he always thought, oh, well, Solo's my most loyal guy. He'll never turn on me. And then just like this nod from Rock, and then Roman will be confused and he'll look to Solo, and then Solo will just fucking spike him in the fucking neck, bro. That is going to be an awesome moment, and I'm ready for that moment. I'm done with the moments of Roman gets another fucking lackey in his group so we can have three more title defenses
where he loses the title. Yeah, at the point where he loses the title, that's when everybody's going to want him to turn face, or at least the road to going face again. Because yes, he's going to take time off, and most likely he'll get his rematch or two or whatever. But
what does that look like? What does that look like? A face, Tribal Chief Roman.
I'll paint a picture for you. So basically, imagine Roman, getting flack from The Rock. Let's just say Rock stays heel, and Roman gets as much flack from Rock, or Paul Heyman disses himself from Roman, and now Roman has to win back the trust as well as the love from all the people that he wronged, mainly his cousins, the Usos. So that's the first step. And then you start with maybe some 6-man tag matches or some kind of that down the line, maybe even a War Games match, maybe not this year, but maybe next year. And you develop that because, again, at this point, after Roman loses the title, what he wants to do, especially even as a heel before he becomes a babyface, he needs to redeem himself because he failed. And every time when he fails, he gets that much more depressed and that much more angry.
You don't have to necessarily turn him into a face. You just turn him into a badass, which he should have been from the fucking get-go. It's what we always fucking get-go, like he's a fucking lizard. I'm so goddamn retarded with my words. But no, what I'm saying, like, literally the fucking thing that we all said when he was a fucking terrible babyface, we said, this guy, if you're going to make him a babyface, he should just be a fucking badass, takes no shit, he isn't trying to be a fucking nice guy like suckerin, succotash with these cutesy remarks. He should just be I'm gonna go beat that guy's ass.
Yeah. Do you remember
He's better as a
debate against Batista?
Well, just like Drew,
God,
it's like Drew. Drew's better as a heel too. It's like when they make these guys faces,
They really have a tough time figuring out how to make guys' faces nowadays. I mean,
it's easy to be a heel, and that's why Cody is so perfect. That's why Cody is so perfect, is that he got over as a face because he's like legitimately like people like him. He's a good face. It's not, oh, he had to be a chip on your shoulder heel before people could, before they really deserved, got the respect for him, then he became this badass and stuff like that. It's like, no, he was just such a big heel that big face that resonated with the fucking fans so much that he became the top star. That's why, again, that's another reason why Cody should win RP. But like Roman, I think what was the best part of Roman's heel run was like the first time that he got in, like when he just won the title and he was like, he had the shirt that said smash or something like that, wreck 'em and leave or whatever like that. That was the coolest version of Roman. And that's what I think we'll see when we see babyface or not really babyface Roman. We'll see this just badass hybrid version of face and heel Roman. And he'll just be, the guy who just takes no shit and he fucking, wrecks everybody and leaves.
Yeah, that's when he was winning matches on his own. I love that Roman. I love that fucking Roman.
He needed to turn heel in order to be an effective face.
That's crazy.
So
we haven't even seen
I
it
mean,
yet.
And we're not even there. I mean, for all we know, we could see another fucking
dude. Think about Roman's whole run is unreal when you think about what's going on. Like, you think about this guy was in a group for like what 2 years with the Shield, and at that time the Shield was the biggest thing in the company. It wasn't one guy, it was the group was the biggest name in the company. Then after that, they shove Roman down your throats as the best guy, the biggest guy in the company, the top guy for like 6 years or whatever, 5-6 years. He's force-fed to you. People don't accept it, but he's put in the biggest spot in the company, and people don't like it, but they keep doing it. Then they pivot and finally make him a heel, and he actually does become the legitimate biggest thing in the company as a heel, though. And now we're like 3 years into that. And what if he flips face again? It's just think about that. Like, that lineage of that is crazy. Has anyone when has that ever happened? That's never happened. This situation has never happened. It's crazy.
Well, yeah, and that's why, and like, look at the parallels, or we're bringing up Roman having how they shoved him down our throats. Joe, you're the guy who literally read the reports from people, or didn't you get an interview with somebody who said, I don't know if it was with Cody Rhodes or with somebody like that, but I remember you specifically talking about how Cody Rhodes and other wrestlers talked about how, I was kind of pushed down the card because they wanted to focus more on Roman, or my thing was kind of stifled because they wanted to focus more on Roman.
Yeah, we had we had a guy who was there that was writing for WWE who called in anonymously one day, and he went into detail about a lot of things, and one of the things he went into detail was he had ideas that were shut down because they were like, oh, we can't do that because Roman's doing this, which I understand. Sometimes you have that happen where it's like, okay, we can't have two guys bleed tonight because one guy's bleeding in the main event. And it's a big part of the story. Like, yes, this was like legit, like always shut down by Vince McMahon and stuff like that.
But it was always Roman. It was always for Roman because of Roman. Didn't you say? But I feel like you said something about Cody when you were talking about it at one point, and it always stuck in my mind.
That's a great point. I forgot all about this. We can probably find it. The guy called in. It had to do when Daniel Bryan was. It had something to do with Daniel Bryan. Do you remember that?
Was it around 2015 he was leaving?
It was when he was.
No. I think it was already when Cody left and he was in Bullet Club. I just remember Joe bringing it up and talking about how guys like Cody Rhodes have even said that their stuff was stifled because of Roman, which to me makes it even cooler than the fact that Cody is basically Roman's biggest rival right now because he's the only one who actually poses any threat to him and is in the main event of WrestleMania. That's what makes this situation even odder, is that this guy who
who was being stifled creatively because of Roman, is now basically going to be the guy most likely to take the title and the whole face of WWE title from Roman.
Yeah.
That, like, just all these all these cool, like you think about the situation, you think about their careers and how they parallel each other. You think about Roman, you think about Cody, and you think about the Shield, and it's just like the timeline in the WWE that we're living in right now is so just odd. Like, you never thought that you'd see the day where CM Punk would be back, where Cody would be the next in line to be the face of the company.
Guys, drop some dollar to keep the show going.
Randy Viper, thank you, man. Well, you did drop the donations. I forgot to unpause them, so we're playing the donations now. Randy Viper, thanks for the couple of bucks, man. New Zealand time, baby. Sweet ass.
Or you never thought you'd live in a timeline where you'd see The Rock be a heel again, too.
Yeah, not like this. It's kind of it's pretty shocking, bro. Next up, let's see.
Hey, Bullfrog is a moron.
Scissor me, Joe!
Any of you watches Zubear Talk TV?
No, I haven't.
Nope.
Nope.
But maybe we can...
Apparently, Ashley Mazzario's daughter is saying other things than apparently saying that what she said wasn't true, or saying different things.
Wait, she has a kid?
She's a daughter. How old's her daughter?
I don't know, but I'm gonna just believe whatever anybody in the chat says. What you could say that
I've been going to wrestling shows for over 30 years. Never in all that time have I ever felt, until last Sunday, that my security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
That Bidoki 3 Barber would make a great youth movie director. He knows how the lil kids says.
Oh.
Show me Dick again. AJ Spooky Gookie, where you hiding, boy?
Oh my God. Well, that's Corporate Santos for you. He's here.
Corporate Santos. He went from a colonel to corporate all in one shot.
Now he's a corporate cunt colonel. Unbelievable. Thank
I
you.
feel like
Corporate.
I've seen Colonel Santos donate too, and Corporate Santos.
Yeah, they'll
so
do.
maybe
some people now.
Hey, Jennifer Muppet Baby, thank you. Jennifer gifted a membership. Thank you, Jennifer, for giving a gift out to somebody. That was awesome, Jennifer. Thank you. I wonder who got it. We'll find out in a minute, actually.
Thank you, Jennifer.
Jennifer,
I will be there because I'm victorious. Sorry.
I want to live in the cabin with Jennifer. Yeah.
Jesse, calm down. Come on down.
Jennifer's body.
Did you guys see Undertaker's entrance at a football/soccer final in Saudi Arabia? He did the trophy presentation pretty awesome possum.
We literally played it twice on 2 different nights on this show. In fact, one of them got the stream blocked outside of the U.S. In fact, that might be why Randy Viper doesn't know we showed it. What a parallel that is.
Yeah, we saw it, and the Undertaker, he went and did something. He got paid probably $5 million to do it.
Yeah, I called it. I was
probably
like,
more money than I'll ever see in my entire life. He got paid to just fucking pick up a cup.
How weird was that? Yeah, Undertaker's like, look at this thing. Like, it's just like, this is what. Like,
why am I even here? I don't understand the crossover appeal of wrestling and soccer fans. Don't make really much sense.
It's like, great. This is what the Undertaker has become. Like, he lifts up a fucking chalice. Right? Like, oh my God, bro.
Why is the Undertaker the guy who is doing these things? You know what I mean? Like, just doesn't make any sense to me. Where, like, I understand obviously he's really over in other countries because it's the legend, but you're thinking about it as like somebody who watched the Undertaker as a kid and he never would do that stuff.
Cody and Goldust versus Seth and Roman at Battleground 2013. I think they were the first ones to beat them. That was epic. I remember that pop.
Yeah.
Cody was the second guy to pin Roman. The first guy to pin Roman was Jey Uso. And if you look at it, who was the first guy to pin Roman in years, huh? Jey Uso. So, I mean, the second guy to beat him might be Cody. History repeats itself. Ain't it? Like, it's so crazy how history repeats itself. Like it's a Back to the Future movie. Yeah, it's a little bit too perfect too.
But yeah, that was a great match. It was weird. That tag match at Battleground wasn't even for the tag team championships, but the Shield were the champions. And they ended up putting the titles on the Rhodes, like, I think the next week on Raw or something. You'd figure that they just have the championship match at the pay-per-view. That was always odd to me.
That is weird.
That makes sense. Well, fuck.
Where'd everybody else? What happened to everybody else? We lose everybody?
I don't know. I think they were like, they all killed themselves. Damn.
No, that's about time to wrap it up. Probably. I mean, like.
I feel that too. I'm losing energy. You know what? I'm just angry. I'm just angry because Batman was killed in the Suicide Squad game, and it's just enraging.
Well, don't play it then. Find a new trauma.
But you know what? Wasn't he killed a bunch in the comics too, though?
Yeah, Superman was killed.
The problem is that this is the same canon of the Arkham games. The 4 games that were critically acclaimed, everybody loved them and loved the story, and was a really, really well-liked version of Batman. That Batman in those games, the same Batman, gets completely dominated by the Suicide Squad, gets kind of humiliated and talked down to and treated like a piece of trash, and then gets shot in the head by Harley Quinn, who sucks, by the way. Harley Quinn I'm so tired of her character. I hate it. So oversaturated and annoying. And he just gets shot in the head. And the way they end the video game after he gets this horrible trash death is they end the video game by being like, thank you, Kevin, because Kevin Conroy died. So this was Kevin Conroy's last performance as Batman, is this pitiful death to like the whole game shits on the Justice League because it's a game about the Suicide Squad, but they treat the Justice League like they're all like pieces of shit. It's like some woke liberal wrote about it and like, oh yeah, it fucking became a space cop basically and used space to fucking, it's so stupid. And of course the only person who gets any respect in the Justice League isn't Flash, isn't Superman, isn't Batman. You know who it is?
Harley Quinn?
Big shocker. It's the one with tits.
Yeah.
They all love Wonder Woman. She gets respect.
Oh.
Wonder Woman. Everybody else's biography is some sort of sarcastic, like making fun of them. They suck. But Wonder Woman's biography in the game says she stopped toxic masculinity. Yeah, okay.
My God.
And then she's the only one who gets a noble death. Everybody else dies like a fucking idiot. You know how Superman is like basically can destroy an entire fucking universe or some shit? Yeah, he gets killed by bullets in the game. That's what happens right there. He gets killed by bullets.
Well,
so does Green Lantern, so does the Flash, so does Batman. They all just die like they're fucking jobbers. To Harley Quinn.
Well, that's because the woman has to kill all the men, and then the other woman's the hero. Dude, it was made by some woke psychos. That's exactly what it is. Boom.
It's so weird, too. Why is Harley Quinn this girl boss character? She's a murderer. In the fucking story that this happened in this game, the continuity of this, she's shooting Batman in the head for revenge for possibly, I guess, getting the Joker killed. You know, the same Joker who was a horrible terrorist murderer, and Batman, by the way, didn't kill. He died of his own stupid fault, but now it's supposed to be an epic moment where Harley Quinn kills Batman. It's like, no, Harley Quinn, you're a horrible fucking person. You, like, helped murder hundreds, if not thousands of people. Oh, my God. I can just sit, I don't understand how you could do that to, it's so stupid, such a stupid, insulting way to end Batman's character. And if it was any other timeline, it'd be whatever, I'd write it off. But this is one of the most popular versions of Batman in this most popular continuity of Batman, and you end it with Batman getting shot in the head. He's a piece of trash.
Why can't they just we love strong females. There's nothing wrong with that. We want strong females, but why do they have to shit on all the men to make the female strong. That's what they do. They
I don't know
shit
why.
on
Why do you
people.
got to make Harley Quinn strong? She's a terrible person. They keep trying to make her like a good. They keep trying to make her like an anti-hero or like, oh, she's actually sympathetic. It's like Harley Quinn used to be a sympathetic character. Harley Quinn used to be a sympathetic character, tragic character in the animated series because she was a victim of the Joker's abuse. Now we're supposed to treat her like she's a girl boss and like, oh yeah, it's fine that she just murdered like a bunch of people because, you know, she's crazy like that and it's supposed to be like endearing. But she's a horrible monster murderer person. I don't root for her. I don't like her. She's unlikable. I want Batman to beat her. I want Batman to literally beat the shit out of a 90-pound woman because that 90-pound woman is a violent terrorist.
No, dude,
it's so
let me
stupid.
ask
And they do it in the Injustice fucking series. Injustice, by the way, Joker bombs fucking Metropolis, kills an entire city of people. Harley Quinn helped this, but then they have the audacity to make Harley Quinn a good guy because she doesn't, and Batman's working with Harley Quinn to take down Superman because she doesn't mess with the Joker anymore because he's weird and stuff. It's like, are we going to just ignore the fact that this lady helped kill billions of people? This is stupid.
Luke, let me ask you this. In the game, because again, Harley Quinn almost like kills everybody. I'm assuming the Green Lantern is black. Did he die first?
I think so. I think so. They might have even commented on that. No. I think somebody else dies first. The Flash, who saves them twice, by the way. The Flash saves their lives twice, and they treat him like he's a shithead asshole, and have no remorse for his death. But Wonder Woman, they show respect to. I wonder why.
That's weird.
So infuriating. I can't stand Harley Quinn as a character. Stop with her character, please. The Harley Quinn TV show, by the way, used to be funny. It's just garbage now. It's just woke garbage. Hey, every hero that's a guy, that guy sucked. That guy is a piece of shit. Let's make a sarcastic joke about how horrible that guy is. He's terrible. Harley Quinn shows no sympathy for them. She hates them. She's a piece of shit to them. But any female character, any female criminal or superhero, oh, she's a girl boss. She's a girl boss. She's a queen. And they talk about her like she's like royalty.
That's how all the shows are like that now, bro. That's how they talk about that character.
It's not all the shows. It's all the dumb shows.
All right, you're right, all the dumb shows. But, I mean, all the shows, all the things that I loved or love, I feel like I turn it on and that's what comes up. It's like Star Trek, Discovery, like when I started watching that. And eventually it's like, oh, she's amazing. It's like, what is this? This isn't supposed to be a show about, like, an amazing superhero person. It's supposed to be about Star Trek. Like, this doesn't make sense, but everything is taken over by like the Wonder Woman girl or something, and it's like, what is going on?
I'm tired of characters who are written to be terrible people, unlikable people.
Yeah, Michael Burnham, Star Trek.
They're supposed to be the people that you are supposed to side with.
Yeah,
and look
doesn't make any sense. It's with Captain Marvel. Captain Marvel, she's this snarky cunt. Like, I hate her, but she's supposed to be our hero. Same with Madam Web, the fucking Dakota Johnson in the movie. Like, she's socially inept. She gets a letter because she saves somebody's life in an ambulance or whatever the fuck, and the son of that mother who she just saved draws a picture and gives it to her, and she has this moment where she's like, what do I do with this? Do I throw it out or something? And like, oh yeah, she's not really good with social situations. No, that's not a case of her being awkward. That's just a case of her being a horrible person. Why am I supposed to root for this person? It's so annoying. They write these women like they're horrible people, but then we're supposed to root for them. Doesn't make any sense.
They don't know how to write. They also don't. They're trying to write like women, like strong women or edgy women. But what they don't know how to do, it feels like they're trying to almost, like, they would be better off writing an anti-hero woman, but they can't do that either. They don't know how to write the anti-hero woman. Or like, think about Wolverine, you know, how he's like a badass and he's like, I don't give a fuck, you know. How do you do that with a woman without making her seem like a cunt or something like that? And they don't know how to do that. They don't know how to make her endearing the right way or whatever. And maybe, and some of that I'm sure is all of our perspective in women. But like, they just don't know how to do that. They just write people as a piece of shit, like in a bad way.
They don't know how to write characters. They don't know how to write women as villains. They can't fully commit to them being villains. There always has to be like, oh yeah, they're bad, but they're also not that bad. Actually, in reality, they're only bad because of this thing. This is so much more prominent in the show Batwoman. The character in Batwoman, her name is Alice. She just ripped off the Mad Hatter's gimmick, but we're gonna pretend he doesn't exist. She is like a horrible, horrible murderer. She murders people all the time in the show, but then we're supposed to like sympathize with her. And, you know, the character, Kate Bishop, the main character, is like constantly letting her go scot-free and being like, oh, you know, let her redeem herself or whatever. And something like, she murdered 30 million people.
Yeah.
Fucking send her to prison. She's a bad guy. Oh my God. It's so annoying.
Again, it's like Star Trek. There's two different examples of this. There's Michael Burnham's character where it's like, okay, she disobeyed her captain. She's terrible. But now I just forget it all. She's amazing. And Picard season 1, that fucking doctor bitch, she kills that guy and does all these crazy, horrible things. And then it's like, oh, that's okay. You can just be free now because you're a woman. What? What is going on? Picard season 1. Like, what are they doing?
Let's just ignore the fact that you're a violent psychopath. Let's ignore that because you had a scene where you cried last season, and now we feel bad. So it doesn't matter that you tried to blow up a children's hospital. You learned something last season.
I've been going to wrestling shows
so
for
now
over
you're one of
30
the good
years.
guys.
Never in all that time have I ever felt until last Sunday that my security, my safety, my life was in danger at a wrestling show.
Honestly, I stopped liking Joker when I saw Tom Mink's obsession over it.
When I saw,
Yes.
I get that. When you saw Tommy's obsession, he ruined the Joker for you, El Tapo. I definitely could see that happening, El Tapo, and thank you for the donation. Also, El Tapo, that girl, her daughter, Ashley Mazzaro's daughter, did tweet out, Cara Pipia, or whatever this fucking lady's name is, who said this stuff.
It's a muscle relaxer. Okay. So it was alone.
She spoke with Vince McMahon.
She spoke with Vince McMahon many times. Vince had his daughter,
Stephanie McMahon,
take his place because she was a female. A woman.
So her daughter, Ashley Mazzaro's daughter, Cara says, Lex or something like that on Twitter says, Cara wasn't even a friend of my mother's when she passed. She was an ex-best friend who since her passing has spam messaged me unsettling, delirious messages and has fabricated bizarre messages, etc., etc.
Oh my God, this is so similar to the situation. Who was her name? Like, I forget her name. It was like some famous singer died, and I'll look it up. But some famous person died, and it wasn't really that big of a surprise because she was a known drug addict. But she died, and China was talking about it on like the Today Show or like Larry King or something, and how she knew this person and she knew that there were signs of it, and she felt bad or whatever. And then somebody basically called in or something and said, China, my mom or my friend or whatever didn't even know you. You guys haven't even hung out with each other. I'll look this up because this is so similar to what you just explained too.
My apologies. Yeah, she actually did have a daughter. My apologies. I'm literally finding this out right now. I didn't realize that she did. I didn't even know when Ashley got pregnant.
Why would you?
I mean, again, she was gone from the company. Like, you know how you hear like little things here and there is very, oh, Ashley got pregnant, or this wrestler got pregnant, or she got married, or this person got married. You would kind of hear a little bit of that, but I never heard this. So this is new to me.
Okay. It was Anna Nicole Smith's death, and China was talking about it like she was friends with her, but then somebody claimed that China didn't know anything. It's like you haven't been friends with her in 2 years. So I'm just pointing out because it's so similar to that situation that I thought maybe was fabricated. Oh no.
What happened?
I just noticed that everybody went quiet. I was like, oh, did we?
Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if Joe's thing crashed or not. I don't know, but it looks like he's still alive. I don't know. But yeah, no, dude, like literally I'm finding this out right now. So I'm trying to figure out, like, when was she born? I'm trying to like figure out, like, the time frame here, because again, I thought Ashley, when she came in, she didn't have any kids, or as far as to my knowledge, she was, probably with a boyfriend or something, but I did not realize that she actually had a daughter until like literally all this came about where, you brought it up, Luke. So this is new for me.
By the way, Mr. Pico, I didn't know what she was. I just knew she was someone famous, kinda. I only know because I heard it on Opie and Anthony to begin with. So it's just very strange. But yeah, if you listen to that story, it's almost verbatim. It's besides the fact that it was like a daughter or whatever.
Wow.
My daughter was just down here, so I was talking to her. She was like still worried about her lips. My kids have school vacation, so like they're everybody's asleep, but my daughter's up. So I'm probably gonna go watch.
Why do they have?
It's February
vacation.
vacation.
They have vacation.
February
They
vacation.
have February vacation.
Yeah, you didn't know that?
I never had that.
Oh, you're right.
Fucking
I
cool.
heard you're right. This may be a this may be a New England thing. I don't know.
Yeah, we only get President's Day off here.
In Jersey, we had a lot of November off.
Yeah, like we have
November, we get a lot of days off.
The next is April. Then there's April vacation. That's next. So there's like a couple.
Yep.
Everybody has that.
Got the whole vacation.
They wouldn't let us use any of our snow days because they didn't want it to affect the spring break. It's like, so if there's like a fucking snow tornado, I guess we have to give up one of our free days for no reason. It's so stupid.
Yeah,
I know.
School
Classic.
with their days off. Sometimes they're willy-nilly with them, and other times it's like, oh, we can't use one snow day, even though there's fucking 7 inches of snow outside.
Yep.
Fucking retards.
Yeah, that's a crazy situation though with her daughter saying that. I mean, this lady could have been told this stuff and could be telling the truth, but it sounds like the daughter don't like her, and she
apparently
heard enough from her mom about this lady that.
Well, here's my question: why haven't they interviewed her, or why hasn't she volunteered to set the record straight?
But another question is, how old is the daughter?
She's got. Well, I just found her account, so basically, I think she's just in college right now, maybe.
Okay, well, then she's old enough. Okay, I get it. All right. That's good. She's old enough.
Well, you know what? I don't even think you needed the daughter to come out and say anything because I remember last week we're listening to that woman and I just heard her talk.
You said this.
And I could just tell. Yeah, I just could tell something
isn't right. You said that. You legit said something ain't right about this. And I thought about it too, but I didn't think that right off the bat like you did. And I was like, okay. And
it was because of the China situation because it reminded me so much of the way China talked about fucking Ashley Nicole Smith or whatever, or whatever the fuck her name was, Anna Nicole Smith. I don't give a shit
because it's someone who knows someone trying to get some kind of publicity or attention because they're like, oh, I know this person, so I'm going to speak about it like I know I know everything because no one else is.
And it's not just that. It's someone who's probably on drugs because the lady who was talking
go look at her
sounded like she was on drugs.
Go look at her teeth. On the interview, she's sitting there with a suit on or whatever next to the anchor. But if you look closely, her lips are pierced weird, and she got messed up teeth and tattoos and stuff. And it's like, okay, this girl is a mess. Like, you can't trust this person.
Yeah, let me tell you something. All of those fucking WWE executives, they're fucking scumbags.
Yeah, that's what it's like, dude. That's what it's like if you look at her. If you give her a little eyeball. And you look at her, she looks like a trailer park person who put on a coat or a suit coat and is saying things, basically.
The moment I heard that interview, I was just like, this ain't real. Something's going on.
Yeah, you might have called that. I mean, her own daughter is saying this lady sucks, so. There goes that. And that
Hey,
just
I got
shows
one
you, man,
prediction, like-
anybody can say anything
Yeah.
and get validity for it. And that was trending all over Twitter, like, oh my God, Stephanie's in trouble and stuff like that. And this lady looks like a lying idiot, and the girl's daughter is like, yo, although, again, that lady was there at the time and was friends with her at the time, so maybe, and what she was saying, some of it sounded legit maybe, but some of it was just ridiculous a little bit. Or seemed off. I wouldn't say it's ridiculous.
And well, what also turned me on to the fact that it kind of seemed bullshit was also the interviewer that was talking. It almost seemed like
leading her.
Yeah, whatever you're saying doesn't seem true.
Yeah, she actually
so
she was fighting back, like, well, how can you? You're right. She wasn't leading her; it's the opposite. She was actually pushing for facts.
Well, no, it was almost like she was waiting. She was asking the questions so she could get answers to expose how dumb that lady sounded. So you're saying that Optimus Prime was in the room with you? Yeah. Yes. Optimus Prime, Megatron.
Yeah.
They were doing something. Okay. And you said that recently you were in an insane asylum.
Yeah, it's I don't remember what it's called, but it's something like it's like you're leading them on purpose to see if they'll just go with everything you kind of say or lead them with, and you can kind of start to grasp whether someone's fully truthful or not, or where they're going to go next with it. So maybe that's what the interviewer was doing. If they were doing it on purpose, then great interviewer, great job of sort of reporting, I guess, trying to expose somebody or try to get the facts, because that's all you can do.
Did you see the wrestler's interview? I can't remember his name, but he was like an old 80s wrestler that just did that, and he didn't come up with like substantial like evidence that was like proof, and it was just all speculation.
Is it the guy that's in my title that we played the clip of him earlier?
Yeah.
So there you go, Gustavo. We played him earlier, and basically the reporter
Dude, I literally just got on the call.
No, I know. So the reporter did something
here.
similar. But you know what? I didn't talk about this. The reporter did something similar. They were like, "Well, how did that happen?" or whatever, and he really couldn't answer that. He was just like, "Well,"
he couldn't answer. So I was like, "This is a waste of an interview."
Oh, the guy said, "That's it. I can't take this anymore. I'm leaving." And then she's like, "Well, what was that thing they couldn't take anymore?" And he didn't really answer it. But then he said it was something sexual, but like, I can't say who it was or whatever.
Sounds like nails.
Why not?
You know what I'm saying?
I hate that too. I hate that. I'm willing to admit so many things. I can't. I don't want to go into that.
Well,
Why?
he said, well, the person, they may not want to come out because like now they're older and they may have a family and they don't want to deal with any of this stuff. So maybe he's telling the truth. But it is an obscure person to show up.
It's pretty convenient. It's pretty convenient that you can just say something, and then when you get asked about it, well, I'm thinking about somebody with a family.
Oh yeah,
So
like
don't continue with your line of questioning.
Right. Your 5 minutes of fame is up. You just wanted airtime. You have no substantial proof, and you're just trying to get clout for the sake of getting clout. Well, you look like a dumbass. So that was a waste.
You'll never
of
be
time.
proven wrong, but you'll also never be proven wrong because you're not saying anything that can be proven wrong.
Right.
Not naming any names
And
or
you're
any
not-
situation or timeline.
Yeah, you're not implicating anybody either, so you really can't get sued other than maybe by Vince or somebody.
So I could just say somebody is a rapist, but if I keep it vague enough, you know what? It's not liable for anything. I'm
No, it's
just
not.
speaking
You're not
my
saying.
opinion.
You're not saying someone was a rapist. Really, you're just saying like there were allegations about things like this, and some of them are really worse than what's out there right now. Oh yeah, what do you mean? Like I can't tell you, but so it's. But
things that the things that I have learned. No, it's more like this. The things that I've learned, because I actually have more of a personal input about these allegations, and let me tell you, the ones that there are ones that ring truer than others. And what do you mean? I can't go into it right now, or ever. But there's my talking point. I can't really ever go into them.
Well, I'm gonna close it down, man. We had a great night. I had fun. 1:30 in the morning. We're out of here, brothers. maybe tomorrow night for AEW review, potentially, possibly, maybe. Or I'll be.
Maybe.
I will probably be on at some point in the daytime though for a little bit of a stream, maybe. So we'll see about that.
A little R&R.
R-Truth, the man who gets himself over again every 3 years for about 3 months on the regular. It's crazy.
He was well, first he was KKK Quick.
Yeah.
Then he was R-Truth.
Oh.
That's right, man.
You knew I had to say it. Lynch Truth.
Oh.
Why? You horrible, horrible person.
All right. Well, thanks everybody joining us.
That's what the Lynch and Becky Lynch's name stands for.
Oh. I'll lynch some potatoes around her. All right. Good night, boys.
Have a good night.
Good night, corned beef.
Good night, baby.
Love ya.
Love you. Love you, boys. You guys are all beasts. Thank you for being here. Shout out to Soundwave 92, man. But a big shout out to Huge Boner 69, Alex, Andrew, rather. El Tapo, Randy Viper, Corporate Santos, Axel Bonilla. Earlier, Axel Bonilla, good to hear from you. Zubair Talk TV. Randy Viper, Corporate Santos. We got everybody. Broken Lion, Triple M dropping the turkeys. Matt Colon, the Soundwave 92 with the 50. And Triple M, Chief Wahoo, Botch Club, and Huge Boner. Andrew with the $100 and more, man. Without that would have been crazy. And he's in rehab, for Christ's sake. Not good. The top donator of the month is in rehab. That's never good for us, so that's bad news. But I hope he gets better, and I hope he's okay. And we love you all. We'll see you tomorrow. Good night, everybody.
Riding on Cronin's dick. Riding on Cronin's dick. Used to riding on Cronin's dick. Used to riding on Cronin's dick. Riding on Cronin's dick. Riding on Cronin's dick. Used to riding on Cronin's dick. Used to riding on Cronin's dick. Like a donkey, like a Mustang, like a cat. Riding on Cronin's dick, trying to leapfrog and piggyback.
Hey guys, maybe I'm the one that's the dick rider, cause I made this song, didn't I? I'm here to prove that I am a dick rider and give a lap dance tonight to every guy. But this ain't some kind of diss track. This time I'm talking about my dude. I'm here to ride Cronin's dick on live stream and send you all the nudes. And I ain't coming out the closet, I just wanna feel his necklace from my pee-pee like a cock ring. Thanks Joe for the boner. My favorite chair is Cronin. My underwear is broken from his boner. And I rhyme boner with boner. It's cause I'm so hard, got boners on the mind. God, all the blood's in my dick, I can't open my eyes.
Riding on Cronin's dick. Riding on Cronin's dick. Used to riding on Cronin's dick.
Actually, I'm riding on Cronin's dick.